Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Empowerment Through Employment Conference. My name is Jackie Pierce. I'm the Executive Director of Bayou Land Families Helping Families. And what we're going to do right now is a quick introduction of all of our planners that put this conference together for you guys. So Laura, if you want to take it off. Oh, your microphone's off.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. My name is Laura Stasio, and I work for the Human Development Center at LSU Health Sciences Centers here in New Orleans. I've been working at, we call it HDC, for the last 11 years or more. Time flies. And I work in employment initiatives and also do web development, data coordination, and a whole bunch of other hats that I won't mention, but I'm happy to have you all here.
All right, Jeannie. Oh, we're not able to hear you right now. We're having a few technical issues right now. So Rosemary, if you'd like to introduce yourself. Oh, your microphone's off, Jeannie. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm on a computer that is not my own. Good morning. I'm Jeannie Dwarong with Disability Rights Louisiana. I am the program manager for the Client Assistance Program. Been there for 19 years. The Client Assistance Program is specifically set up for individuals who are traveling through the process of Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. The CAP program offers advocacy and assistance to those individuals to make sure that they are utilizing all the services that they can, and just help with assistance for getting jobs, going to school, all of those things that are that have everything to do with employment. Good morning.
Thank you, Jeannie. Rosemary, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Good morning. I am Rosemary Morales, and I work for the Office of Intellectual and Developmental Disability Supports, because I had to look at my board because I've been trying to practice our new name instead of OCDD. And I've been with OCDD for about OIDD for about 18 years. So excited to present to you guys today about our waiver employment services, because I'm not sure that a lot of people know about them. And so excited to get that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosemary and Bambi.
Hi, this is Bambi Palazola. I am the Executive Director for the Statewide Independent Living Council, and we work with the independent living centers across the state, which are Southwest Louisiana Independent Center that serves the Lafayette and Lake Charles regions, Resources for Independent Living that serves Southeast Louisiana, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and the other areas in Southeast Louisiana, and then New Horizons Independent Living Center, which serves Central Louisiana and North Louisiana. And all of the centers help individuals to develop plans and gives them resources to meet their goals for independent living. Their statewide coverage, so every area of the state is covered by an independent living center, and they're there to help people with disabilities to live an independent life. And that is us, and looking forward to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bayou Land Families Helping Families is one of 9 independent resource centers throughout the state of Louisiana. And what we do is we provide information and referral, education and training, and peer support to individuals with disabilities, their family members, and the professionals who serve them. So throughout today's conference, we're going to share a link in the chat to a Google folder. This folder is going to include today's agenda and speaker biographies. During each break, you'll also see a slideshow with employment and disability resources. After the conference, we will upload PDF copies of today's presentation slides, a recording of the conference, a transcript of today's conference, and the resource slides that you're going to see during those breaks. So please save the link to the Google folder so that you guys can access these materials later. At the end of the conference, we also ask that you complete our evaluation survey. Your feedback's very important to us. It helps us to improve future conferences and better meet the needs of individuals with disabilities, their families, and the professionals who serve them. The chat and Q&A are both going to be open throughout the day, so please feel free to ask questions, share comments, and connect with one another. We also do have our closed captions on for today. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Liam Doyle, the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs, who's going to give us a quick welcome. Liam?
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Liam Doyle. As mentioned, I'm the Executive Director for the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. Happy to be here this morning, although briefly I can stay on for a little longer after my speech, but I do have some other things this morning. So, but yeah, Jackie asked me to come in and just welcome you all and just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. Obviously, employment is something that is very important to the disability community, both as individuals and as organizations. So that's something that our office absolutely supports. And just wanted to offer that if we can do anything to help y'all as you find these opportunities, please let us know. I know that Jackie, has my contact information, and we work together on quite a few different boards. And so if there's ever anything that pops up, please let us know. We're more than happy to support how we can. And also, one of the things that is happening pretty soon next week actually is our Go to conference. And employment is always something that is going to be present, even if we don't have direct if that's on a direct topic of discussion, but it's absolutely something that is going to be discussed during the conference. So if you're available, that is on the 5th and 6th of next week, which is Wednesday, Thursday, and it's at the Claiborne Building. Information for that can be found on our website, which is the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. And I believe that the sign-in is still available and open. It is a free conference to register, and happy to have y'all. And there's some really great slate for this year. And like I said, it's a 2-day conference, so it should be at a nice pace as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
So we'll take time right now. If anyone has a question, you can feel free to put it in the chat or the Q&A.
Yes, the Claiborne Building is Baton Rouge. It's right. It's in the suite of the Capitol Park, so it's near the Capitol. And that is going to begin. I will update that in the chat. I can do that before I leave. It's going to begin at, I believe, 8:30 is our welcome to introductions, and then we do the slate for the day is going to go from about 9 to about 3:30 on both days. So I will drop the information in the chat before I leave.
Okay, we do have a question in the Q&A. The question is, will the Go to conference be online for those of us with disabilities?
This year it is just in person. So we are going to, like I said, have a great slate. But yeah, we wanted to bring back the original intent of the conference, which was an in-person event. So we're going to go ahead and do that.
We have another question. How often do y'all have these webinars? Because I think it's great for anyone who wants to be employed. So this conference is an annual conference that we're doing to provide this information. But with Families Helping Family Centers, we do periodically put out information on employment services. If you'd like more information, contact your local Families Helping Family Centers or any of the resources that we are going to be providing to you guys today.
Jackie, this is Bambi. Also, all of our independent living centers across the state that I mentioned, they all will help people with employment. That is what they do. If that's a goal of a person with a disability, they will develop a plan with the person and help them to reach that goal.
Thank you, Bambi. And I know, Laura, you had said that Will is in as J-Rob.
Actually, he changed back to Will WJ
Okay.
OH 19, I think he is.
And Jackie, for everyone else, I just dropped the link to our website in the chat. About halfway down the page, you'll find the conference information and as well as the link to register if anyone would like to do so.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so we have our next speaker. He is our keynote speaker, so I am pleased to introduce Will Johnson, who is going to be discussing his journey. Take it away, Will.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Happy, what today is? Today is Wednesday. Happy Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Good morning. How's everyone doing? My name is Will Johnson. I am an African American male, wearing clear glasses, brown slides on the side. I have on a blue and white button-down shirt, and yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thank you to all of our partners for having me for this amazing opportunity, and we will get right into it. Give me 1 second.
All right, check in. How does everybody look there?
Perfect. I think perfect.
Ask the chat if you look good.
How do I look from this side? Am I okay? Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. So we will be talking about, I want to thank our partners for this amazing opportunity to present my keynote, From Possibility to Purpose, Empowerment Through Employment. So I have a question for you. And I want you to think about this as we go through this journey. Has someone ever told you that you couldn't do something based on how they saw you? Instead of seeing your potential, living with a disability, I have faced moments when people underestimated me. I kept, give me 1 second.
Recording in progress.
Living with a disability, I have faced moments when people underestimated me. People saw my disability before they saw my ability. There were those that seemed closed, opportunities that felt out of reach, and moments when I questioned myself. But I refuse to let other people's opinions define my future. I kept learning, kept growing, and kept believing that my purpose was greater than my obstacle. So, like I said earlier, my name is Will Johnson. I work at the LSU Human Development Center. I love to travel, and I love to advocate for myself and also our community. So let's see. So my employment journey has helped me build the life I love. We're going to look at how work is more than a paycheck. Work is a pathway to independent, better opportunities, and personal growth. So we're actually going to talk about empowerment through employment. Let's see. My employment journey has helped me build the life I love. My job has helped me build the vision. My job has empowered me to be the best version of myself. In this keynote, we're going to look at how work is more than a paycheck. Work is a pathway to independent, better opportunity, and personal growth. Empowerment through employment. And more than all, you can find empowerment through employment. So can I ask you a question? And I want you to think about it. Let us know in the chat. What does empowerment means to you? I'm gonna give you a second. Someone said freedom, feeling confident. I love this. Having pride in what I do, being able to advocate for yourself, grow independent. I love all this. This is okay. I'm loving this. Being myself, freedom, a choice. Oh, that's amazing. Let's see, purpose. Will, empowerment to possibilities, celebrating equally, being able to grow and feel confident in yourself, having power, the will to get things done. The will to get things done. I love that. Growth and being myself, living authentic. I love all of these. You guys are amazing. I love that. The possibilities are my abilities. With your photo will, having self-confidence, accomplish your goal. That's amazing. And this is all about accomplish your goal. You have all the confidence, and this is something that I want you guys to think about. Like when you feel empowered, you feel that you've done it. Just because it might take you a little longer, but you overcome this, and that's the biggest champion. Reaching that goal, reaching that. All right, so let's move on. Give me 1 second. So can I tell you what does empowerment means? Empowerment means, let's see. Empowerment means having the confidence, knowledge, and support to make your own choice and take control of your own life. So let me tell you about younger Will. Before work, I was scared. I wasn't capable of. When I was young, I was nervous. I was a nervous guy. But because I listened to others, ideas of me. Didn't think I was capable of certain things. I didn't think people would accept me for who I am. But work has empowered me. Through employment, I learned who I am by finding strength, weakness, and I was able to challenge myself and build confidence. I was a part of a community. And I found all of these things through employment journey. I found that work is more than a paycheck. I found community inclusion. Work makes you a part of a community with opportunities to make new friends. I found independent. Work has offered me financial independence, helped me build build the life skills. Work also helped me find a sense of purpose. Work helps you look at life differently. You begin to see a new path for success. So I want to also tell you, you are value. You are value. So remember that as we go through the you are value. Don't forget that. And you also a value employee. As someone with lived experience, you have value that contribute to making spaces, companies, and organizations stronger. So, where did my employment journey start? Let's talk about it. So you may ask, where did my work journey start? Let's see. So before employment, I was in a self-contained classroom in high school. I joined a post-secondary program called Paycheck at the LSU Human Development Center in 2016. Can you believe that? That was 10 years ago. I'm not telling my age. But I am proud of the success I have made since then. Paycheck is a post-secondary apprenticeship for youth. It's a 12-month program transitioning young adults to life at the high school. Paycheck is a pathway to employment through college course, work readiness training, a paid internship. I know people love getting paid because I do. I love getting paid. I hope everybody else the same way on this call. I took regular classes at Delgado Community College, like customer service, personal finances, intro to college career success skills. But college was also great because I made new friends. I had the typical college experience where I got to challenge myself, develop new skills that school or training could not teach me. Through Paycheck, I even gained work readiness skills. I learned how to interview and build a resume. I learned how to catch the bus and navigate around the city. I visited different job sites. I also learned how to talk about the job I wanted. And I got a paid internship. I worked 2 to 10 weeks internship. I worked at patient access at the University Hospital, and I was the guest service ambassador at Audubon Zoo. So I also want to tell you this. My time at Paycheck ended after a year, but I stayed on at Audubon where they eventually promoted me to a full-time employee. The best. That was the best day of my life. Then after 4 years ago, I was promoted to be the team lead at the Audubon Aquarium. I worked at Audubon for 5 years. Then I was hired by the Human Development Center in 2021. I started as an Admin Support Coordinator 1. I was promoted to Admin Support Coordinator 2 in 2025, where I won the LSUHSC School of Allied Health Professional Employee of the Year. Then I was promoted to the Public Information Officer in 2026. This image at the bottom, it shows why I love my job at HDC. In the image, I'm presented by my journey at the AUCD conference. I love my job because I get to continue sharing my story, helping empower others, and building the disability community up. So, as you can see, my employment journey has given me a job. It has helped me build a life I love. I challenge you to do the same. Step out of your comfort zone. Go after the life you want. Don't let others' opinions stop you. Don't be afraid of asking questions and seek help when you need it. I'm always here if you need me. If you need help, I'm always here. Or check out these resources at the conference today. These organizations or supports directly impact my life and made me successful. Thank you again. And do we have any questions?
Well, I have a question. This is Liam Doyle with the governor's office.
Yes, sir.
Just want to jump in. Thank you for your presentation. It was great. What advice would you give someone who has a disability, who's looking for work and kind of a little bit scared about starting, and how do they get that going? Like what do they need to do to look for in terms of both opportunities and also deciding what kind of jobs they want to look for?
Yeah. So first and foremost, you might want to like you will start with your resources in your community. So like calling a friend, just telling a friend who works in the disability community and ask them that, hey, I might need a little push, or it can be your neighbor. Just sharing that story that you want something, but it starts with you. So you have to take the ability to push yourself, and by that meaning, just reach out. Just say, hey, I don't know where to start and I just need help. Can you help me, guide me? Can you show me what do I need to do? And I think that's very important because I'm also talking with a friend. He's doing through the same thing, so I'm assisting him. I don't want to. I'm helping him, but I also want him to do it on his own because I never want him to feel like people are holding your hand. And we as people with disabilities, we don't want nobody to hold our hand. We want to do it on our own, but I'm going to push you. So I'm going to be there for you, but I'm going to push you to do it on your own because you might be someone else. You might be there to help someone else. So yeah, that's the advice I can give them.
We have a question from Annette. Do you want to ask this one?
What was the major program first you made turn around and believe in yourself? Did you have a mentor guide you? I had a lot of mentors. I'm gonna start with that. I had a lot of mentors. And I basically had the program. Like I think one of the things I had my dad, but I also had the mentor into the program, the people who was assisting us, just to push me. And I already had the mindset because my dad always told me about working. And he always said, as an adult, as a person with a disability, you want to do it on your own. So he said, you never want to rely on other people. But I also had family members pushing me, encouraging me. So I already had that in me. I just need someone to push me a little bit. And what was this? If you was a CEU, please tell us how many hours. Oh, wait, is that?
No, that's
okay.
just
Okay. Did you have a support? Yes. Did you have a support family that helped? I do. I had a lot. I had my mom, my dad. I think my family's on here already. They supported me in so many different ways. Just encouraging me. And that's something that I love. Some of the people who I know, they don't have that support. So I try to be that support, but I also push them. And yeah, I had a great support system. My mom, my dad, one of my favorite cousins is on here. She's always pushing me to do better. And yeah, we keep pushing.
So we have John Cox with his hand up. So
Yes.
John, if you unmute your microphone, you can go ahead and speak.
Hey, Will, wonderful presentation. We have a question because the way you present is crystal clear that you have amazing confidence. What are some things that you did to build your confidence?
Oh, that's a great question. And y'all, that's my cousin. So he
We
always
here,
challenges
Will.
me. Hey,
We're here, baby. We're right
I,
here.
they always push me to do better. Um, oh, I think the confidence to build my confidence. I think that's something that they push me out there. Like they're always challenging me to do much more, and also that's like getting my driver's license. Like today, I never thought doing that, and that's like wild. And I think that's something that when a person push you, they push you more, not only to challenge you. You sometimes you need that tough love. You need tough love so you can be better, so you can overcome the fears that you want, so you can be the best you and show up and you could be the example. And that's something that I always want to do, to be that prime example. But I also want to shout out to all the resources that have helped me and also my family. But yeah, so that's my takeaway.
Well, if I can say something, I just want to say that Will is an encouragement to our family. He is proof that anything that you want to do can be done. If you are willing to put in the effort, the work, have the mindset and believe in yourself. So he inspires us. He keeps us on our toes, and he is our proof that all you need is confidence. And if you have confidence, you can do absolutely anything in this world, from taking your own trips around the world, which we get to watch him do. He gets to explore college. We get to watch him get certificates, and we get to see him work, have his own office, and lately his driver's license. So will we just and even today, being a keynote speaker, anything that he puts his mind to, he gets it done. And we are incredibly proud of you, Will. And we look
Thank you.
forward to all of the things that you will accomplish and how you will continue to lead and advocate for the community with disabilities. And I know for a fact that you're going to change many lives because of your courage. And we're here. We're cheering for you. We love you.
I love y'all too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Y'all gonna make me cry, and I'm not trying to cry. This is not just about me, but it's about all of us. We are in this together. Yeah. Whew, Lord. I have another question. One of the biggest challenges we see is that of transportation, getting to and from work. Do you drive, or do you get do you have a great transportation system here in your area? So right now, as I just said earlier, I'm in the process. I'm not driving at the moment, but I'm in the process of finding me a car. And here we have buses in Louisiana. So yeah, I catch the bus to get to work, and I'm leaving my house early. If I gotta be at 8:30, I'm leaving my house at 6:50 every morning. And that's something that's dedicated. If you want the job, you gotta show up and be the difference.
This is a question.
What was the most difficult part of your employment journey? Oh, I think so my supervisor is here. My supervisor Joe is here. Come here, Joe. Oh my God, she is my supervisor.
Hi, everybody.
And that's so I think starting with this journey, you wanna do stuff out like by yourself. And one of the things I'm learning now, being a public information officer, that was difficult because I'm doing videos, and my supervisor Joe, she's always pushing me and challenging me to do better, but also because some days she might not be here and I might not be able to call her, so I have to do it on my own. So yeah, difficult parts of your employment journey. That's something else.
What was difficult at the beginning of your journey?
Time. I think keeping the task. Like when you're getting all these things coming around, you're trying to make sure everybody's well taken care of. Just making sure all those things, like the emails, the phone calls, the everything else. And I think that's one of the difficult. But I have grown to handle that on my own. Yeah, so that's something I'm working with. Let's see. Thank you. So glad you can find others. And I'm also a mentor too. So I try to mentor others and everything.
Oh, there's a question about the bus system.
Do you take a regular bus or do you use this? So we take the here in New Orleans. I take the regular bus, Jefferson Jefferson Parish bus. And that's something I take Have you ever felt like you had to mask to fit in work environment? No. I never had to, because here's the thing. I show up and I be myself. Either you like me or you don't. I'm not here to, I'm here to be myself. But I don't have to put no mask on. I show up and be me. That's all I could do is be me. I am myself. So I have all the confidence. Who couldn't like you? That's true. Who couldn't like me? Because I bring energy. I want everyone to feel that we are the light. You're the light. Because we are a team, and I want to every day I show up and I bring light. Even when I don't feel like I have days I'm not feeling it, but I still show up and be the best me. Because I never want no one to feel. I never want to come to work, because this is important. You never want to come to work unhappy. So we show up and be our best self.
And this was a good question.
Did you create a strategy daily routine to improve your time management? If so, did you use a digital tool? So I love that question also. So what I did was on my cell phone, and my cousin, she would say this, I have a time, all these alarms from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. That's just me. That's who I am. And I'm always up at 4 in the morning. People's like, why? That's how my body is. I'm up at 4 a.m. just trying to prepare my day. And that's how I help. That what helps me. Having all those alarms.
What other tools do you use for your work tasks?
So we also use, for the work tasks, we use, what is it?
Use your calendar?
Yes, the Outlook calendar. We also use what is the app we use to check? Planner. We use those things. We check. We make sure we have everything on Planner. I also have a board in my office. So just to make sure everything is up to date and make sure I'm good. Also, I use my cell phone. I keep it all. Look, I gotta have all these different things if they're gonna help me. I told y'all I have alarm for everything. Yeah, I thank you guys so much for all the questions. That was amazing.
We do have another question. Will you be presenting anywhere else anytime soon? This would be for our guys entering the workforce and going to school.
So
You could talk about our adult outreach.
yeah, we're now building something called the adult outreach. So I am what am I? The key?
You're like the lead.
I'm the lead person for that. I'm in so many things.
So do you want to explain what the group is?
So the group is for young adults who have disability.
And all ages.
All ages.
18 and over.
18 and older, and our group is about building friendship relationships, and talk about some of the things that not everybody don't talk about. Also, like, what are some things that they want to see, like such as you want to learn these new things, how to use your bank card, how to catch a bus, and all these different kind of things. So within all of that, that's something that we're building. I'm excited about that. And we just met with we just had our first little group, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had our first group a couple of days ago, and it went amazing.
And we'll drop information about it in the chat in a second.
And we're dropping information. Let's see. What are the alarms for? So, the alarms are for just me. I think that's something I always do. I have a meditation before. So in the morning, I'm always meditating before I even do anything. I think that's very important before you do anything, because you want to have that time with your fellow, just you and just have that meditation time. I just have a meditation time before I do anything, before I talk with anybody, before I even do anything, because it will help you with your entire day. Your mindset, how you respond to people, how you react when you go out into the community, how you do it all. That's very important. If you ever think about that, think about it. Set them alarms. What time do you go to bed if you're waking up at 4 a.m.? So I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I wake up, so I go to bed at. It depends. I go to bed at 10 and I still wake up. It's a routine. A team will. The most important thing that you said is that it's not about me. Thank you for giving us some. Of course, it's definitely not about me. It's about all of us. We're in this together. It's not about me.
We have
Do you
another
have any advice?
question. Oh, that's the question I was gonna ask. Go ahead.
Do you have any advice for current student in programs who may just be getting started in independent employment journey? Yeah. Seek out help. Listen to the person that's guiding you, and I think that's very important. But also take all of the message that they're sharing with you. Take all of the stuff they are providing for you. Take all those things because it will help you in the long run. And also, while you're getting started on the interview and all of that, make sure you practice. Like practice doing interviews. Like practice doing something because when you go to the real job, you want to be your best self.
We have another question in the Q&A. Have you collaborated with any People First self-advocacy groups? If not, would you consider doing a training?
So it's amazing that you said that. I would. Also, we did have a People First here in Louisiana. I was there just a support person and tried to guide them. And I don't think we don't have it anymore, huh?
Yeah, there's a People First Louisiana.
Okay. But yeah, that's something I would love to do, collaborate with you guys. That's something.
And so you're also affiliated with Families Helping Families?
Yeah, I'm a part of Families Helping Families Greater New Orleans. I'm actually a part of the People First group. And that's what they made. They apparently made me the lead person. I was like, they was like, you're the prime example. You need to push us. So I have been doing that. Yeah, I wear so many hats in our community. Let's see.
But yes, you're always open for talks, right?
Yeah. I'm always here for talks or anything you need. Please reach out. I love helping people, and I love doing this. This make our community better. But it's like I said earlier, it's not about me. It's about all of us. We're in this together, and we have to stand together. There's a meeting says nothing without us, nothing without us.
You can say we're dropping your email in the chat so that...
I am dropping my email in the chat if you want to collaborate and talk more. Thank you so much. Yeah. Perfect. I'm excited. Let's see. In high school, did you have a pair in the classroom? So my first, I did. So I had special education, but I also had gym and social study as my regular class. So I didn't have, in those regular classes, I didn't have nobody with me. But in my special education, in my class, my one class, I had a pair person with me.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation today. You're such an inspiration to everyone. We've been seeing that throughout the chat. Everyone's very grateful for this presentation that you've put on. And Rebecca just said she hasn't stopped smiling during your talk.
Wait, she's on here. Oh my God, that's the person. So when I started my pre-chat program, she was the person that kept me in line. She was my go-to person. Oh my God, this is amazing.
Stop smiling, y'all. Will doesn't stop smiling. He's one of the happiest people that I know, and we love and appreciate everything that you do for the disability community throughout the state of Louisiana.
Thank you so much. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm grateful. I
Thank
am.
you for saying yes.
Videos that you're making.
Yeah, so we're actually making more videos. So please check out our website.
But also invite people to collaborate with
Yeah, if you want to collaborate to do Wednesdays, what is it? No, any day. If you want to do any day, let's collaborate. We could do videos. If you want to do an interview and talk about whatever you want to talk about, let's talk about it together. And I am willing to. I'm here.
All right. So again, thank you, Will. What we're going to do, I'm going to share with you guys in the chat the Google folder that has the information about, it's got our agenda for today and our speaker bios. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a break until 10:10. And in the meantime, during this break, like I said earlier, we'll be sharing some resource slides on various disability resources. And when we come back, Rosemary Morales I'm sorry, it's going to be LRS is going to be doing a presentation that's going to be Miss Courtney Ryland. So again, we're going to be returning at 10:10, and I'm going to get that slideshow started for you guys. Welcome back, everyone. I am sharing our Google folder link in the chat box right now. And just so you guys know, I'm seeing a lot of this in the chat. There is no audio in the resource slides, so it's all up to us to speak and be heard. So up next, we have Courtney Ryland with LRS, who is going to be doing a presentation on their services. So Courtney, are you able to share your screen? All right, perfect. So take it away, Courtney. Thank you.
No, thank you, Jackie and Miss Jeannie, for inviting Louisiana Rehabilitation Services to join this conference for Empowerment to Employment. And I just feel that vocational rehabilitation is absolutely one of the key components to assisting individuals with disabilities to achieve their employment goals. So thank you for reaching out to us and including us in this auspicious conference. All right, so I don't know if everyone has heard of Louisiana Rehabilitation Services before, but we are a state agency under Louisiana Works through the Office of Workforce Development. And of course, every state in the country is required to have a vocational rehabilitation program. And so we are Louisiana's state vocational rehab program. And that means that we assist people with disabilities to make sure that they have opportunities and tools and services that they need so that they can be fully integrated into employment outcomes. We want everyone in Louisiana who has a disability to have everything that they need to be successful in achieving self-sufficiency through employment. So as you can see, our mission statement is to assist persons with disabilities in their desire to obtain, maintain, or even advance in competitive integrated employment and achieve independence in their communities by providing rehabilitation services and working cooperatively with businesses and other community resources. So competitive integrative employment, what that means is we want people with disabilities to be able to be in employment settings where you're working alongside individuals who have both disabilities and without disabilities. We want you to be inclusive of making sure you're receiving similar wages as to the same people doing the same jobs that you're working, that you're performing. We want to make sure that you're in a community setting and that you are happy and thriving in your employment. So that's what competitive integrative employment is. It's not a place where it's just employment for people with disabilities. It's included in the community. You're competing with jobs that people from off the street can apply for as well. So that's what competitive integrative employment means, and that's what we strive to help the people that we serve achieve. So Louisiana Rehab Services actually has multiple programs. We have vocational rehabilitation, which is our flagship program. Most people know about that. Through rehab program, we have supported employment, and I will talk about supported employment a little bit later. We also offer Randolph Shepherd, which is, I don't know if any of you have been to the rest areas off of the interstates in Louisiana, if they have vending machines, or if you've been to any state office buildings where they have cafeterias, cafes, or vending machines. Those are all run by Randolph Shepherd participants, where Louisiana Rehab Services has assisted those individuals to start those small businesses, so to speak. We also help with independent living, and I believe Bambi has already mentioned about the statewide Independent Living Council, and that is something that LRS is also integral with. But for today's purposes, I just want to focus on vocational rehabilitation. So who does Louisiana Rehab Services serve? So of course, in order to be provided services, you have to be able to qualify for services. So if you have a physical disability, a mental or developmental or intellectual disability, if you have vision impairments, hearing impairments, any range of condition where you may experience an impediment to employment or some sort of functional limitation preventing you from being able to do something, then that is who we're here to serve. All right, so I'm going to get into the bulk of what I would like to talk about with you all today, and that is the services that Louisiana Rehabilitation Services provides. So first and foremost, the number one service that will be provided to anyone who applies for us is vocational guidance and career counseling. So we're going to meet with you and we're going to make sure that you're being provided the services that you need towards an appropriate employment goal. So we're going to get to know what kind of things you like to do, don't like to do, things you can't do, things you can do, so that we're making sure that when we provide services, you're going to be set up for success. We also offer mental or physical restoration services, and that can consist of things like mental health counseling or speech or physical therapy. We offer vocational and other training services, which includes your post-secondary training, so things like college or university, or going to a technical trade school. And included in that, we provide support services such as providing books and supplies, transportation, which includes like mileage reimbursement if you have to travel to get to the college or to the training center, and maintenance if you have to live on campus. We can assist with providing housing and meal plans. We also assist with rehabilitation technology or assistive technology, which can consist of things like wheelchair devices, aids for your visual or hearing impairments, or communication devices. We also assist with home and vehicle modifications. So for instance, if you have a wheelchair device and you need to be able to enter or exit your home so that you can go to work, but you need a ramp or a stair lift, that is something that Louisiana Rehab Services can assist with. If you need a converted vehicle with either a lift or lowered floor conversion or just even hand controls to steer, vehicle modifications are something that Louisiana Rehab Services can help provide. Transition services for youth. So I don't know if you all were able to see the slides during the break, but there were actually multiple slides about pre-employment transition services for LRS. So that is services that are provided to students while they're still in high school, so to speak, between the ages of 16 and 22. And those services can consist of job exploration, counseling on opportunities for post-secondary training and other opportunities for once you've left high school, work-based learning experiences, self-advocacy, and job readiness training or work readiness training. And again, that's all provided while they're still in high school or between the ages of 16 and 22. All right, supported employment. So remember I said I wanted to come back to this one. So say, for instance, you have a condition where you need to have a job coach go with you to a job where you've been hired to do a specific task. And that job coach is there to assist with making sure you know where to go, how to do the job that you've been hired for, and how to seek help if needed. So supported employment is for an extended amount of time. So between 3 months maybe and 20 up to 24 months. If a job coach is needed for maybe less than 75 hours, then that would be what we consider short-term job supports, where that job coach is just there just to help get them started. But once natural supports have been set up, then the job coach is no longer needed. On-the-job training is a service that we actually provide to employers, where if one of our customers that we're assisting is placed in a job, we actually pay the employer that person's salary while they're being trained to learn the job tasks for that job. We also offer customized employment, but that's actually only in one region at this moment, because that process takes a lot of training to be able to provide that service. And currently we only have one vendor in the state for that service. We also offer assistance with small business enterprises. So for instance, if you have if you want to start a food truck and someone has provided a truck for you, because we can't purchase vehicles, then we would be able to assist you with starting that small business up to a certain dollar amount. Occupational tools and equipment. So say, for instance, you become a welder. What does a welder need to be able to do their job? They need tools and equipment. So that's something that LRS can also help provide. And then, of course, job readiness training, which is classes to help with soft skills training or help with knowing how to interview with an employer, how to dress appropriately, how to conduct yourself while you're on the workplace, things of that nature. We also have job search assistance and job placement assistance. So with Louisiana Rehab Services, we offer multiple options for you to be able to be provided those services. That could be through a vendor, a community rehab program vendor, or Louisiana Rehab Services also employs rehabilitation employment development specialists, or what we call REDS. And those are persons who work in the LRS offices alongside our counselors who assist with the job readiness, job search assistance, and job placement. So I know I've thrown a lot of information out at you regarding our services, but I also wanted to just touch on the process for how you become eligible and able to receive the services that we just discussed. So the first step is a referral. So being able to contact your local regional office and just telling them that you're interested in applying for services. That's the first step. And that could be done in a phone call or showing up to the office. And all of that information, if you call, can be done over the phone. Once the referral has been logged into our computer system and a case is opened and assigned to a counselor, then the counselor will contact to do a basic interview, or may possibly just ask some more questions so that they can eventually determine your eligibility for services. Sometimes before being able to determine eligibility, an evaluation might be needed to help with the eligibility process, such as a psychological evaluation or a doctor's appointment for a functional capacity exam. And that's something that Louisiana Rehab Services pays for. So let's say you've done the referral, you've spoken with your counselor, and you have been determined eligible. The next step will be a more in-depth process with your counselor so that the two of you can determine an appropriate employment goal and what services would be needed for you to achieve that employment goal. And once everyone has agreed to both of those, then an IPE, an individualized plan for employment, is developed with the customer. And that's kind of like a contract where it lists everything that LRS is going to be provided, everything that another party may be paying for, and everything that our customer, our participant, is responsible for. Then the next step is the actual provision of the services. And again, that's to help you prepare for, maintain, or even advance in employment. And then once you've been successfully employed for 60 days, then your case is considered a successful rehabilitation where you've become successfully employed, and we can actually close the case because you no longer need us. But however, if something should ever occur after that, you can always return and we'll reopen the case. So I'm going to go into more detail about the eligibility criteria, or at least just touch on that. So of course you have to have some sort of condition that would result in an impediment to employment. And you need to be able to benefit from receiving services from LRS to be successfully employed. At times, which fortunately not at this time for LRS, there are issues with having enough funding to be able to serve all of the individuals who are eligible. And if that were ever the case, we would absolutely make sure that those with the most significant disabilities are served first. So those orders of selection would be categories 1, 2, and 3, with category 1 being the most significantly disabled and having 3 or more functional capacity areas affected. Category 2 being just significantly disabled and having 1 or 2 functional capacity areas affected. Or category 3, meaning you have a diagnosis, but it may not be significantly or most significantly disabling. So a functional capacity area is a limitation that severely limits something related to your mobility, motor skills, work tolerance, work skills, communication, self-care, self-direction, or interpersonal skills. So identification of an employment goal. LRS counselors do not dictate what type of employment that our customers are placed in. That is something that's done collaboratively. We work with you again to find out what you're interested in, what you excel in your day-to-day life, and we try to match what is available in your local area for jobs that would match, and therefore you would be able to thrive in that type of employment. So the IPE identifies your career pathway and employment goal. It gives the time frames for when the services are to be provided or expected to be provided, and who is providing those services. So again, this is like a roadmap or like a contract listing everything that's going to be implemented for you to eventually have a successful employment outcome. And I also wanted to reiterate that everything is individualized. If we have persons who have the same disabilities, they may not have the same limitations, and they may not want to perform the same type of jobs. So we have to make sure that everything is tailored to our individuals being served. We don't want to have cookie cutter cases where, oh, you've got this disability, this is all that we're going to be able to provide. That's not appropriate. Or even those who want to pursue the same type of jobs. You may have different limitations requiring a different set of services. So every case is individualized to make sure that it's going to lead to your successful employment. Some of the services that we provide require economic need to be met, and some of those services that are currently on that list are tuition for training, equipment and tools, books and supplies, and transportation. However, we also have a lot of services that do not require economic need to be met. But if you need a service where economic need has to be met, the current basic living requirement chart is below for your convenience. For a one-person household, if your income is less than $79,800, then you meet economic need. But if you also receive Social Security or SSI, you automatically meet economic need. And this basic living requirement chart is not even applicable. It's like passing go on the Monopoly board. You just keep going, and we don't even regard the income limit because you receive Social Security or SSI. And of course, successful rehabilitation is what we're all about. We're making sure that you have been provided services for 90 days. I believe I may have said 60 days earlier, for 90 days. And if the services have been provided and you no longer need Louisiana rehab services, then that is considered successful rehabilitation. So this slide shows a map of the state and the 8 regional offices and locations throughout the state. And I would encourage you to please make sure to note that this is different from other service map areas, such as Office of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, or even the DD Council, where there's 10 regions. LRS only has 8. And so the major significant changes would be from region 1, 2, and 3, so to speak. So please make sure that when you're looking to find a regional office for LRS, that you're consulting the correct map for the correct region. So you would look for your parish and see which region your parish is located. And I think the slides during the break also contain this map as well with the contact information. And at this point, I will ask if there are any questions, and we'll be happy to answer.
So we do have an attendee with her hand up. So Mary, if you can unmute your microphone, you could go ahead and ask your question. Mary Johnson, you can unmute your microphone and ask your question. I've given you permission to unmute. And in the meantime, we do have a question in the Q&A. It's, I have questions about services I would like to ask when this is over. Is there an email that I can send that to?
Yes, my email is courtney.ryland@la.gov. That's COURTNEY.RYLAND@la.gov.
Another question, does
Thank you.
LRS do specific programs or activities in high schools?
So like I said during the pre-ETS portion, pre-employment transition services, we collaborate with our school districts where we're actually conducting classes while they're in high school. And it's the work readiness training. So those are classes to, again, help with understanding social skills, how to write a resume, how to interview appropriately, how to conduct yourself while on the work site. We also offer work-based learning experiences where a student can be on a job and LRS pay the employer for that student's salary while they're working up to so many hours, and they can do that for up to 3 opportunities. Again, we offer self advocacy and job exploration, which again is just making sure that you know what types of jobs are out there and you get to decide what you think might work best for you, what you would be interested in, or what you would like to pursue. And then also we make sure that you know what your opportunities are for post-secondary.
Okay, there's a question in the chat. In Region 1, what is the expected time for an application to process?
So if we're talking from referral to eligibility process, then that can take, and we're actually implementing a rapid engagement where we're making sure that we're determining eligibility for services as quickly as possible. So I will say this, if you submit a referral and you happen to have medical documentation already in your possession and providing that with your referral or when your counselor first contacts you, that speeds up the process tremendously because then the counselor can almost immediately make an eligibility determination based off of what's been provided that the information is appropriate. And it's different because if a doctor gives a diagnosis of a certain condition, but that doctor is not, say for instance, a doctor diagnoses someone with a psychological disorder, that would then require us to pay for a psychological evaluation so that a psychologist can actually provide the diagnosis versus just a general practitioner, so to speak. So it's really subjective. It's going to depend, but we do have timelines that we're required to meet for having applications processed or eligibilities determined, and that is within 60 days. But again, if we have to send for a psychological evaluation, it could require an extension so that we can get that done and get the results back from that psychologist. So I hope that answered the question, but again, I can't get specific because I'm trying to make sure that it's generalized. I just see a chat for, does ADHD qualify? That is a condition, but again, you need to have significant impediments to employment because of the condition.
And we have a question in the Q&A. Are there programs, specific programs for clients who are blind or visually impaired?
So the Randolph Shepherd program, if you are interested in starting a food service business, that would be absolutely something that we could get you started up with. We also offer services for disability-related augmentative skills training. So if you need some orientation and mobility training services, those are some services that we provide as well. And again, that's for individuals with significant visual impairments.
Now, can an adult participant be reimbursed for travel for post-secondary school, CATS on demand?
Okay, so I believe the question was if they could be reimbursed to use CATS. So we can provide transportation to attend a training center or while they're in training services. We can pay for that. Mileage reimbursement would be dependent upon the number of days that they go to training and the number of miles that are traveled round trip. And we can do one or the other. We can't provide mileage reimbursement and pay for a bus pass. You know, it's got to be one or the other. But if we're helping you to live on campus, then we're not paying for transportation because we're helping you to live on campus.
And we have another, does diabetes or sickle cell qualify? Is there a place where people can go out and find a list of qualifiers?
Of qualifying disabilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see if that's actually on our website real quick. I'm sorry if y'all give me just a quick moment. I don't think that we list a lot of conditions, so to speak, or diagnoses. If you go to our website and look at our technical assistance and guidance manual, but we try not to limit it to just those conditions that are listed because you may have something that's not listed, but it would qualify you. So I'll read this straight from our technical assistance and guidance manual. A physical or mental disability resulting from amputation, arthritis, autism, blindness, burn injury, cancer, cerebral palsy, cystic fibrosis, deafness, head injury, heart disease, hemophilia, respiratory or pulmonary dysfunction, intellectual disability, mental illness, multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, musculoskeletal disorders, neurological disorders, including stroke and epilepsy, paraplegia, quadriplegia, other spinal conditions, sickle cell anemia, specific learning disability, end-stage renal disease, or another disability or combination of disabilities determined on the basis of an assessment for determining eligibility. So again, we've got things listed, but it's just going to depend on what you've been diagnosed with and what functional limitations that are caused by that diagnosis or by that disability. I hope that helps answer that question.
I think that was very helpful. Thank you. And we have, would a recipient of intensive mental health services like an ACT team who's diagnosed with a developmental disability and receives Social Security income be eligible for LRS services?
And I'm sorry, is that in the chat? Visual.
Yes, ma'am.
Diagnosed with that. Yes, as long as that individual is has been cleared, I guess, so to speak, by a physician and that they're able to work, meaning that they're able to benefit from receiving services. But if an individual is still heavily within a treatment facility and receiving that type of rehabilitation, and they're not really yet ready to be in an employed setting, then we would need to wait until they are ready to be in an employed setting. And then I see the chat about, can you please repeat the hearing impaired resource, please? Okay. So we do provide hearing aids. And I'm not sure what else I was mentioning regarding hearing impaired resources. The disability related augmentative skills training, the orientation and mobility, that's primarily for visually impaired, but if you have a hearing impairment, that also necessitates services of that same nature. So LRS is trying to eliminate any barrier you have from being able to go to work. We want everybody in Louisiana to be able to have the opportunity to go to work and to thrive in their employment. So it's not only to just obtain a job, but it's helped to maintain a job or even advance in that job. And I tell you what, I'm going to see if I can put our website in the chat. So if you go to the Louisiana Works website and you click on divisions, LRS is the very first division that's listed. I love that. So if you click on Louisiana Rehab Services, you'll see some tabs on the right-hand side in a right-hand column, and one of them is for technical assistance and guidance. And if you click on that, then you will have access to our massive procedure manual, so to speak. All right. Any other questions about what Louisiana Rehab Services does or how to get started, because I know that's sometimes the hardest part is just knowing how, when, and where to get started.
I do want to kind of add in there in Region 3, there are several LRS counselors that attend transition meetings for students who are transitioning from high school out into adulthood. And so they're there to answer any questions that you may have. They're there to get you started if this is something that you guys are interested in. And we just had a comment in the chat. Are you sending representatives to transition IEP meetings?
Yes, and I do want to preface this. LRS can attend IEP meetings, and schools are supposed to be inviting LRS to those meetings, but LRS has to rely on being invited to those meetings by someone. Otherwise, LRS doesn't know to attend those type of meetings. So if you have a child or student who has an IEP meeting being scheduled, you can request an LRS representative to be at that meeting. And I would highly encourage you to do that. Transition services can start at the age of 16, but we can start preparing to enter those transition services at the age of 14. We just can't start providing the service until the age of 16.
I can go ahead and answer this next question. Often families are reporting that LRS reps are not coming. How can we help facilitate the invitation to Region 9? So these transition meetings work as an IEP meeting. So you have the right to invite representatives, agencies to the meeting. So you can actually let them know when they're scheduling these meetings that you would like LRS to be in attendance.
Yep.
And then what can we do if they're invited but don't attend? I have never had an LRS rep actually show.
Okay. That is unfortunate, but to be honest, you can contact LRS and start services without having to go through the IEP meeting. It doesn't, the IEP needs to include transition services, and I'm sure they'll list that LRS is being connected. But if an LRS counselor is notified the day before a meeting and their schedule is booked and they can't attend, then it's going to rely on the parent or the student, if they're 18 or older, to contact LRS to get the services started. But that's why it's so important that if you know of an IEP meeting and you want an LRS counselor to be present, to make sure that that request is known in writing. I would put it so that you've got documentation of it, that you want LRS to be included in that IEP meeting. And if for whatever reason an LRS counselor or a representative cannot be there, then you can contact LRS directly and circumvent the school system. Contact person or email, that's going to depend on what region you're located. So again, I would refer you to that regional map and contact that regional office. So if you don't have an open case, then you'll need to start the referral process. And again, that's easy breezy information over the phone. Basically your contact information and maybe some information about what type of disability you have. Okay, I see a question on here about where do I go to get the necessary forms needed to fill out for job placement, job readiness, and job search assistance. So again, that needs to be a conversation that's collaborated with the counsel, the LRS counselor, and the counselor and the customer develop the IPE. So that IPE, once that IPE is approved by one of our district supervisors, then the vendor that's providing that service will be notified to start those services. Okay. All right, and then I see a question for, as an educator, can I still do those things? I'm not sure what those things includes. And then myself, what's part of? So one of the services that I actually did not touch on, but could absolutely include right now, is comprehensive transition programs. So currently there are 9 universities statewide that are offering kind of an inclusive post-secondary education program on their campuses. And the program for successful employment at Baton Rouge Community College is something that we can assist with paying. And I believe Bossier Parish Community College also has that same program. And then there are others, and they all call themselves different names depending on their mascots or just a different type of program. That's getting kicked off. We're seeing a lot of increase in colleges and universities statewide to provide or to create those type of programs. And I'm sorry, I may have misspoken about BRCC. I think there might be some challenges with us to be able to pay for them at the moment. We have to make sure that they're certified to provide certain services.
And we will have at 2 p.m. this afternoon, we will have a presentation done by LaPIE, who kind of oversees all of these post-secondary education, inclusive education programs.
Perfect.
So
Yes.
you might want to save those questions for that presentation out there.
Okay. So the suggestions you made for parents and students. Yes. So as an educator, if you want to tell parents that they can contact LRS directly regarding their transition services on their IEP, absolutely. As an educator, you can contact LRS and say, I've got an IEP meeting for a student and I would like to have a representative there. And also depending on which region you're located, we're actually piloting specific regions to have transition counselors that's primarily what they do. That's all that they do is attend IEP meetings, and they try to connect businesses to create those work-based learning experiences so that our students can be placed in job experiences. So that way it kind of frees up our counselors to be able to provide more guidance and counseling so that the transition coordinators or transition counselors through these pilot contracts can attend the IEP meetings more readily. Yes.
Okay, we have a question in Q&A. Is LRS doing any work to get vendors for employment services, day habs, and/or vocational rehab programs in the Southwest Louisiana area? There's nothing here since 2020. There wasn't much prior either.
So Southwest, I'm assuming that's the Lake Charles area, the Lake Charles region?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as far as day hab, so day habilitation programs would not technically be considered competitive integrated settings. So that's kind of what we want to steer our customers away from being able to, I'm just going to this program where I'm only around other people with disabilities doing something. We want people to be able to be out in the community, included in the community, working in a competitive integrated setting. And as far as vendor development for the Lake Charles region, I would have to get with our CRP unit to see what kind of development is occurring in that area. But if a business entity is interested in providing services through Louisiana Rehab Services or becoming an employer with us, I would absolutely recommend that they reach out to the regional manager at the Lake Charles regional office. And her name is Miss Vicki Rollo. And I believe our state map has the contact information, but that phone number for that office is 337-475-8038. So you can ask to speak with the regional manager to see what community rehab programs are available. And if you're referring this to a business that's interested in providing services through LRS, that would be the starting point. Any other questions? I'm happy to oblige.
So in the chat, someone did put, but doesn't LRS pay for like 18 months of skills training at vocational rehab programs? We don't even have those.
I'm not familiar with with what they're referring to, the 18 months of skills training at voc rehab programs.
Well, I'm assuming that it's like related to if, someone's going to cosmetology school or a vocational program like that. But if they don't have those there, then unfortunately, that would be something that maybe the community would be able to look into as far as having vendors who would be able to provide those types of services so that LRS could provide those payments.
So if an appropriate employment goal has been decided and it requires skills training of that nature or technical training, college training, and it's not available locally, then that's why we would assist that customer or participant with going to a program elsewhere within the state and LRS paying for the housing and the meals for them to live on site, or if we need to pay for other type of living arrangements while they're attending that training. And we don't limit it to just 18 months. So I'm not sure if that's the type of skills training that the question is referring to. Now, if the program itself, like a cosmetology school, is only 18 months, then that's when we would only pay for the program for 18 months. But I'm not sure I'm understanding what's being referred to for the skills training at vocational rehab programs. And again, if you don't want to get specific, which this venue might not be the most appropriate, if you want to message me privately and we can absolutely address any personal needs so that we're not having to disclose any type of information.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for providing that information to our audience. Well, you actually answered a lot of questions that I had, so I really appreciate that.
Yay, great.
Yes, ma'am. So I am again going to drop our Google folder link in the chat box that's going to have for today, that's going to have our agenda and our speaker bios. And then after our conference, we'll be adding the recording of the conference, the transcript, PDF presentations, and all that fun stuff. We're going to go ahead and take a break until 11:10 a.m. When we return, we will have waiver employment services from the OIDD. And again, I'll put up that resource slideshow. There is no audio that's included with that, so you're not going to be hearing anything. So we'll get that rolling.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So up next, we have our Waiver Employment Services with Rosemary Morales. She's the Waiver Program Manager at the Office of Intellectual and Developmental Disability Supports, formerly known as the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. So Rosemary, if you would like to get on here and share your screen.
Let me figure this out. I'm used to working on Teams now, and so I have to figure out what I'm doing.
Well, we're happy to keep you on your toes.
Good morning. I'm Rosemary Morales, and I am with the Office for Oh, no, I'm not. I'm with the Office of Intellectual and Developmental Disability Services. So our name recently changed. Am I sharing yet? Yes, I'm sharing. Okay. Our name recently changed, and so it's taken a little bit to kind of get used to that. If you're not used to something, it takes a little bit of time. And so, is my screen still sharing with y'all?
Your screen is sharing, but we're seeing the tabs on the left-hand side. It's
Okay.
not in presentation mode.
Because what I did was I pulled my screen over so that I could see. So I went there. I'll just move my camera. How about that? There we go. Perfect. Okay. Anyway, I apologize for my all over the place. Like I said, I'm used to Teams and I'm just kind of thrown off a little bit. But anyway, I wanted to come in and talk with you guys about specifically our individual supported employment waiver services. We, as you all know, have a lot of, let me start my slideshow. We have a lot of services within our waiver. We have 4 waivers, and I'm sure that you guys are familiar with them. If we have the Children's Choice Waiver, we have the New Opportunities Waiver, we have the Supports Waiver, and the Residential Options Waiver. And within those waivers, we have lots and lots of services. And we currently serve in those waivers around 15,000 people. So I'm sure that y'all are probably familiar with some of those waivers or one of those waivers at least. But I'm just kind of here today to kind of focus on our employment services because we recently were able to align our waiver services, specifically our employment services. So remember today, I'm really talking about our supported employment services. We aligned those across the adult waivers, the new opportunities, the residential options, and the supports waiver. And then I added in a few new services. So you have community life engagement, community career planning. And when I say we added individual supported employment, if you're familiar with our waivers, there were waiver services in each of those, but now they're all the same for individual supported employment. So it's made things a lot better. And then, of course, here I kind of got ahead of myself. Here's all of our waivers that I'll be talking about today. They all have the same day and employment service array. So when I say that, I'm talking day habilitation, I'm talking pre-vocational services, and I'm talking supported employment services. So here's a little bit of information about what we've done with employment. So way back in 2011, we created an employment first philosophy. Like we wanted to make sure that people were getting the opportunity to work if they wanted to work. And we wanted to be able to support them in their abilities to work in the community. So around that same time, our Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, which fund our waivers, they put out that sheltered employment, so that's employment with inside of our old day programs, was no longer allowed. We had to figure out how we were going to move from that, and we've successfully done that. We were under the 2014 Home and Community-Based Serving Settings Rule, and so we did a lot of work during that HCBS Settings Rule time.
We finally received our final compliance with that in May 29th of 2025. We were finally out from under that. CMS gave us a thumbs up and also told us that we needed to continue to do work in our services and in our state. Basically, with that settings rule, and I have it there on the screen, the setting is integrated in and supports full access of individuals receiving Medicaid HCBS to the greater community, including opportunities to seek employment and work in competitive integrated settings, engage in community life, control personal resources, and receive services in the community the same degree of access as individuals not receiving HCBS services. So all in a nutshell is that they want us to provide services in the community and not in a setting with just individuals with developmental disabilities, that they should have the opportunity to engage in community, participate in activities just like everybody else, and work alongside everybody else in the community. So we no longer have those sheltered workshops that we used to have. We do have individual supported employment. We have group supported employment. Those are the two employment services that we have. So when we did some redesigning, we kind of expanded on our rehabilitation service. So everybody's familiar with that. It was that on-site service. Everyone was picked up, taken into a facility, and services were delivered on site. We added a community component to that called Community Life Engagement. Community Life Engagement is a service that allows individuals to go out in the community and do things like go to a ball game or go bowling or volunteer or go shopping or participate in civic organizations, participate in community events and activities, 5Ks or ribbon cuttings or whatever might be going on in your community. And that is what that service is for. Community career planning is basically that. It's kind of like it's a add on to the old pre-vocational service where community career planning is in the community. So you participate in internships and volunteer opportunities and mentoring programs and things of that nature that will give you the skills and give you information that you can then move forward with employment. It's a way to help you kind of get prepared to work, if you will. And then, of course, individual supported employment, that means a person is working with, and they might need the support of a job coach to kind of get them started and continue in their employment. All right. So I think I probably already have given you some information about community life engagement, but the whole point here is just to kind of give people self-empowerment, learning and developing skills, and with the goal of helping people connect to their community and not be apart and have services or have their life separate from everyone else, but it's part of the community. And that is what this service is for. It allows the exploration of their community and allows them to figure out what's going on in their community and try things out to see what they might like to do, what they might not like to do. It's a place to explore. And that's really kind of what this service is for. This service can be done in conjunction with other services if the on-site rehabilitation is still an option. But like I said, for the purpose of today, I wanted to focus on those community services and being part of that community. Community career planning, like I said quickly, was that allowing an individual to kind of explore the community with the expectation that they'll go to work. They've expressed an interest in wanting to work, but they just need to kind of further explore and figure out, and maybe, like I said, through volunteering or other types of experiences, that's where they would get that. In this service, the whole purpose, like I said, is that your expectation at the end of community career planning is that you'll go to work, that you're going to start exploring employment. And so it can last up to a year. Of course, there's always an exception if someone needs to go, they're not quite there, but they're working along. And the whole point is to develop the document that's called an individual employment profile that is going to be kind of a guide and help them move forward in the job hunt and finding an employment. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about individual supported employment. So you've already heard kind of some of this from LRS when they talked about the supported employment services. And that is very similar to what we have. So this service was in all of our waivers for many years. It's been there. But recently, during the redesign, we broke it out into 5 different types of services. So we have a work-based learning experience. We have job development and job placement, initial job support and job stabilization, extended job supports, and then follow-along supports. And so all of this is delivered in a one-to-one situation. It is delivered by a person who has received the appropriate training that's been approved. Currently, it's a 40-hour certificate that you get from participating in a supported employment training program. And this person that will do this training is, they're there, they'll be there to support the individual in their employment process. So the first service I'm going to talk about is called Work-Based Learning Experience. And basically, it is the assessment phase. It's kind of like an individual has the ability to try out like up to 3 jobs. This is something that is typically going to be taken. Those jobs would be something that it was discovered during the individual employment profile when that was developed. They're going to be discussing, jobs. They're going to have volunteered, interned, hopefully, doing some different things to figure out what someone might want to do as a job. And so this would be an extension. So once you maybe have it, figured out, okay, I would like to do work at the pet store, and I would like to specifically work with the fish or whatever it might be. So they would the job employment specialist would have those types of jobs that someone could go in and kind of try it out, do a little bit of work there. There's some requirements around each opportunity, each assessment that has to have, take place. And that just kind of kicks it off. So this is where we're at with this process. So like I said, there's up to 3 opportunities for the person to try out some different jobs that are in the community. And the next phase would be our job development and job placement service. And this is like once the person has said, you know what, I really like working over here at XYZ pet store, the employment specialist or the job coach would go out to try and develop that opportunity for them to get a job there. And that's taking place during this phase. So the job coach is out trying to find them a job in the community that's going to align up with what the individual would like to do. And then once that happens, they locate a job, then they would do the job placement phase, and the individual would be starting work. And then during the initial job support and job stabilization phase, that is where the employment specialist or the job coach is there working directly with the individual and the employer. They're identifying tools and accommodations that might maximize the individual's independence at their job. Sometimes it might be assistive technology, which, by the way, our waiver services do provide for assistive technology now in different forms. And then looking for some natural supports at that job as well to build that organic support system when the job coach does start to fade out. Each of these services are time limited. However, there is always the ability to move into this next phase. Let's just say this person still needs a little bit more job support, and this phase is fading out. There's a job called, a service called Extended Job Supports. And that is where the individual, the job coach feels like there's some additional time that needs to be done with the individual, but they're just not quite ready for a job coach to back out and to be completely independent, or maybe there's no natural job supports at the time on the job. And so they haven't come across assistive technology that works. I mean, there's just multiple things that could be why we need to go into this extended job support service. But this service is there and is available to the individual to kind of keep them moving along in their job. And the employment specialist, of course, would be trying to, help them get more independent. But also, it may be that that person does require a job coach to be coming in on a more, once a week, or they may be able to text them and say, hey, I need some support, or whatever it might be. So that would be this service here, the extended job support service. And then our last service is called follow along support service. And this support is there after the person kind of becomes independent. They've got AT in place, they've got natural supports in place, they've got everything they might need, and they're pretty independent. And this is just for the employment specialist, job coach, to be checking in at least monthly, but it could be a couple of times a month that they need to go in and check on them. We've built it into our waivers that there's enough support there to support someone through this process to help them maintain their job, to be there in case something pops up. Let's just say that the individual is going to get a job, a raise or a promotion, I should say, a promotion, and they're going to have additional job duties. Well, that would be discovered during one of these follow along visits. And then you could go back and go into that extended job supports where the job coach could be there a little bit more to kind of get them going again in a new job or in their promotion. And then they could phase back out into this follow along support service. This service is an indefinite service. It is there for the individual as long as they're working, and it's in their plan of care. If you're familiar with our system, everything is based off of that individual's plan of care. So if the individual is wanting to do supported employment, these services would need to be added to their plan of care. And your support coordinator is the person that would help you with that. So also, we are able to provide follow-along support services. The job coach can do that virtually if that is something, let's just say the employer doesn't want someone coming in, or the individual doesn't want somebody coming in on the job with them. So this service right here can be delivered virtually. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our partnership with LRS, because we all know that we're providing similar services in that individual supported employment service. And so during this time, the support coordinator would be the person who would be making that referral over to LRS and helping them get started. Now, it doesn't have to always be that, but the support coordinator should be a part of it, because they are there to assist you and guide you in your plan of care. And so we would want to make sure that, the proper consent forms are signed with LRS so that they can exchange information with the SC. The support coordinator, I won't say SC. The support coordinator should be the one that's facilitating the process and working with the family and the individual to get them started, and to make sure that they're going to be going to their appointments and doing all the things that they will be doing with LRS. And then sometimes in our worlds, the LRS vendor and the OIDD provider, sometimes they intersect, and we have some that are the same, but not always. I know that in the past, LRS had different vendors than OIDD. So sometimes if an individual chooses an LRS vendor, they may not be an OIDD provider. So we would have to kind of work some things there. I try to get all the LRS providers, vendors to become OIDD providers. I feel like across the board in our state, we are kind of struggling with that supported employment provider. I'm not sure what that's about, but we at OIDD a couple of years ago, through some grant funding, we assisted some providers to become supported employment job coaches. And so we were trying to kind of give that a boost and try and get that going again, and increase our capacity in our state. We did get a couple of new people, but again, employment has not always been, in our OIDD world, it has not always been at a top priority. We have done things in the last 10 years or so to try and boost that. People are always a little skittish. They don't want to work. They have a lot of myths that are floating out there about if you go to work, you might lose, your waiver funding or waiver services or whatever. And all of that is not true at all. They're completely, we really need to do some of that myth busting. I think we have that coming up. So anyway, working with LRS, our support coordinator is kind of our person that assists on both sides, like with the individual, and then they can also do that work with LRS to make sure that the individual is getting whatever they need to get done. So a few years back, I created a process map, if you will, and it may be very hard to see here, but this is kind of like outlines like what's going on, who's responsible, and the responsibilities of each. And so this is a document that I worked with LRS to create, and it may need some updating. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it with LRS recently, but it might be something that we need to update, and that's all right. We can do that. But it just kind of laid it out for like our support coordinators and for the families. And it's like the expectation of what will be happening. What happens when you are referred over and during the whole process, preparing for your waiver. And so at the end so let's just say the individual goes to LRS and they get all of their upfront funding through LRS. But then at the end, when the LRS is closing them out, that is when Waiver can pick up and continue that support through the ongoing follow along that we talked about, the follow up supports, follow along supports that's indefinite and can be provided through a waiver. Let's just say someone needs a personal care attendant at their job. So we can kind of work with LRS to kind of get all that squared away, as well as waiver support in the beginning when they're doing the job coaching. So there's various ways that we as OIDD and LRS can work together to ensure that someone goes to work. And so I'm going to end it there. Here's my contact information. I have been with LRS I've been with OIDD for about 18 years. I did work at LRS for about 10 years. It's been a while since I've been here for 18. So I do have a relationship with LRS. We have done various things in the past to try and talk about, to make sure that support coordinators and LRS counselors are trained in both of our processes in how things should work. Supported employment is near and dear to my heart. I really feel like it is one of those services that we provide within OIDD that can give people, to help them fulfill their dreams of and being part of their community and going to work and improving their living situations and being able to buy things that they may want or be able to go on vacation. I mean, employment is truly the one thing that can get you money, that can get you things that you need and that you desire. I just, we have talked about employment a long time within our agency, and we continue to work to try and improve these services. And like I said, back in 24, we made those final services, align those services across those waivers. And that was the whole goal, was so that it would be, no matter what waiver you were in, you could access employment services. So you can have multiple services in a day. You could do employment in the morning, and the evening do community life engagement, or vice versa. Like, you can actually braid our services in and do more than one service in a day. They just can't, of course, be overlapping. There's just different ways that our employment services are just awesome. They are similar in the way that LRS does their services, or used to do their services. They're not probably the exact. We pay them differently, but a lot of things do align up. And that was the intent, was to kind of be able to, if LRS is unable to fund someone, or if LRS is in a freeze or something, we're able to kind of jump over here and use our waiver services. If there's a waiting list, we're able to utilize our waiting services. There's just multiple ways that we can use our waiver services to provide support to our people in our waivers to work. And that is what we're wanting to do. We feel that, employment should be an opportunity for everybody to go to work and to just be there to assist them and however they might need it. Let's see. I think I covered everything. I feel like I ran through it. I try to stay on topic, because if any of you've ever heard me, you know that I can tangent. And I really tried to stay focused today to kind of get everybody through, because I knew that lunch was going to be your next activity, and everybody's probably ready for lunch. I'm not sure that this is a really good spot to go at to do the presentation, since everybody's probably thinking about lunch. But anyway, here I am. So, does anybody have any questions? Was there anything that I needed to go back over?
We do have a few questions in the Q&A, and there are a few in the chat as well.
Okay.
So our first question is, where do we learn more about the 40-hour certification?
So you can, you can email me and I can tell you about that. It aligns up with the requirements for LRS, the 40 hours. It has to be from an accredited or from a college-based program, I think is what the wording is. Typically, people are either using LSU or UNT. I'm trying to think of the others. There's several. But if you email me, I can get them to you. I can get that information to you.
Our next question is, do the OIDD employment specialists and job coaches work together with LRS, for example, to pay for AT if the person's waiver budget is already maxed out, or to pay for materials or tools?
I'm sure we could. I'm sure that shouldn't be an issue. It would, every situation is going to be unique. And so it'll just have to be based off of that. But I'm sure that we could get things taken care of as we needed between the two, hopefully. Our AT is still very new to us in our system, but using support employment model. So it's, I'm sure that between the waivers and LRS, if someone needed something, we could probably figure it out between those two.
Our next question, what hours are the services offered to obtain a job? In other words, 8 hours per day or 5 hours per day?
So our services are based on units within OIDD. And so, if it could be, you might need 5 hours today and an hour tomorrow, and you may not need it again till next week. Like, it just depends on when the service is needed.
On an average, how long is it from receiving services to obtaining a job?
Oh, wow. And that's very, it just depends on the person, depends on lots of things there. There's many variables. I mean, that's just hard to give a specific amount of time that it would take. I mean, it could be, all the services are available, and we don't have any like you have to have this done in a certain time. We don't have any of that out there. But I would, it would just depend on the person. Depends on if they can find the job that a person wanted. There's just many things that would, it's a variable there. There's no specific time limit. I would think that it would be as quick as they could find a job and as fast as the person could learn everything. And, it just, all that's just very individualized, which is what our supported employment is supposed to be. It's supposed to be very person-centered. It's supposed to be very individualized. There's no hard things like that.
And in the chat, we have a few questions. Will you go back over how waiver can pick up when LRS ends?
So with at the end when LRS, let's just say that they can that they're fading out and the person has been working and their job coach is fading out for that. At that point, we would want the waiver to kind of pop in and work with the LRS counselor, and they develop a plan, a smooth transition, so that the person doesn't go without support if they needed support or if something happened. We want to make sure that our waivers include that. So it would be that conversation would need to be had with the individual and the support coordinator and the LRS counselor and the vendor/provider, so that they could make sure that everybody was on the same page, and then it could be easily transitioned over. It's way easier to prep for it than to kind of, oh no, all of a sudden they need the job coaching. It's been 3 or 4 months since they closed out with LRS, but there wasn't one on the individual's plan of care. Now we've got to add it. So it's easier to just transition in when they're closing out at LRS to open back up in the waiver. And so that's when that could be done.
Our next question is, can you explain more of the vendor support need you presented?
I'm sorry, the vendor support need. We just in general, I know with OIDD, we do not have supported employment providers. We might have 1 or 2, but we do not have a wealth of those. And so it would be nice if we had a little bit more, covered the whole state, make sure everybody's got available providers in each region, or in each region. We go by local governing entities, but in the regions, we have 10 regions. So we have in New Orleans, we have 1 in 10. So that's where our 10 comes from. But we don't have an overabundance of supported employment providers in any of our regions.
Are participants paid during training?
What do you mean training?
I'm assuming that's with job training.
No, we at OIDD, we don't pay for people to be paid. We don't pay for our individuals. Like, they would have to be working somewhere that would be paying them, I guess. But no, we don't pay for training while they're going to work.
If we have a 22-year-old student who recently completed school and was not paired with resources, how do we identify if going to LRS or waiver services would be most helpful?
I guess it depends on the support. So if they are a person with an intellectual or developmental disability, I would say they could be referred over to their local governing entity. And then there may be other services or supports that the person may need. And then if they're just they're wanting to go to work, they can be referred to LRS. LRS pays for that employment part, like for someone who wants to go to work. OIDD, we have a wealth of services. We also pay for the employment part, but we use the LRS funding to pay first. OIDD waivers pick up after that. So I would say if the person has an intellectual and developmental disability, to refer them to both. It may, they may be other services they could use.
Now, our next question is, does LRS pay for follow along? And Melissa Baham of LRS answered in the chat, LRS can only pay for follow along for youth with disabilities and for only a limited period of time. So thank you, Melissa, for answering that question. Our next question is, how long has OIDD been using its supported employment model?
So we kind of redesigned this in 2024. We broke out we always had individual supported employment in all three of the adult waivers. And by that, I mean the row, the now, and the supports waiver. We've always had supported employment in there. They had various services, various definitions. We've aligned all of that up in 2024. And then we broke it out into so it could be paid in 5 separate services. So it's our overall supported employment is this service, and then it's broken into those 5 subcategories, if you will.
Our next question is, we've heard from parents that if their child has some type of employment experience when they have their initial OIDD appointment through our pre-ETS process in high school, they're often denied waivers due to lack of need. Do you have any recommendations or advice for parents in that situation?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I don't know what that would be. I can't imagine somebody being denied because they have experience, because especially if your situation, and so within OIDD, let me take a step back. In OIDD, you become, you receive screenings for services. And if you have a need for our services, that's what we offers a waiver opportunity to those who have a need. So it's not based off just the person has a lot of barriers or things like that. If those are all being provided for through natural supports or whatever it might be, then you may not get a waiver offer, if that makes sense. So it's all very individualized. But then let's just say that something changes in your situation. You can always reapply and get a rescreening. If someone all of a sudden they've been in high school for all these years and now they're exiting high school, oh, that's a change. So that might, help. It might help their ability to then obtain a waiver. So you just kind of have to it's very individualized and it's no trick to it. It's just based on the person's need for services and supports.
Now, in the Q&A we have, so is it safe to assume that relationships with employers who are committed to hiring your participants have been formed and maintained? And how are your employers recruited?
We don't have employers. The provider that provides that supported employment service has probably built relationships in their communities with employers, potential employers, but it is very individualized. So it's not like we say Target calls up and says, we need some people to come work. It's really, does that person, where do they want to work and what do they want to do? And what is their interest and goals, and it's very person centered. So we don't have just a match, if you will, that we're waiting for somebody to come in and we're going to send them to Target. It just is very much individualized. Someone might want to work at Target, but then someone may want to work at the donut shop, or they may want to work at, an office answering the telephones, or, there's just, whatever it is that the person wants to do, or it's been, the conversations have occurred.
And we have a chat question. Please remind me of the 5 subcategories of support services.
In supported employment, there's the work-based learning work-based learning experience. There is the job development, job placement. There's initial job supports and stabilization. There's extended job supports, and then there's ongoing follow along supports.
And I do want to thank
I read
Eva.
over here, I'm sorry, I read over here in the chat, Eva Belkis is one of our supported employment providers. And she wrote over that hours of support are determined in part by the provider and the SC, and it depends on the needs of the waiver participant. And that is it in a nutshell. It's very much person centered. It's about the needs of that individual.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you to Eva for answering and clarifying some of this information. All right. Do we have any other questions for Rosemary?
So all I can say is that if you're interested in, let's just say that you already have a waiver, your individual or the person that you know already has our waivers, and they're interested in employment, that is a discussion to have with your support coordinator. And if your support coordinator says, I'm not real sure about that, then your local governing entity is going to be able to help you too. And that there's in one of the slides, there was a map that had all of our regions. If you go to our website and you click on that region, it'll give you that local governing entity's contact information, and they should be able to help you. Now, you also may email me directly. I have been working with employment forever and just trying to get people to go to work. And that's what I really want to do. And sometimes if I need to answer questions, I'm more than happy to do that. I am here to do that. And I am rosemary.morales@la.gov. So if you have any other questions after today, feel free to email me. I'm more than happy to respond to you. And if you are a person who you do not have our waiver services, but you think maybe I qualify, or someone you know, reach out to our local governing entities. They are the single point of entry into our waivers, into our supports in our OIDD supports. So that would be your place to start. And then from there, we'll work through the whole process. So. All right. We can do that. I'm always willing to do more trainings. It's one of those things that I don't feel like it feels like you train people and then they go away and then it's just a constant training. So yes, thank y'all. I appreciate your time. And I hope you learned something. I hope something triggered something in your mind that says, maybe we do want to work. So anyway.
Well, thank you so much, Rosemary.
Thanks.
So I am going to drop the Google folder link in the chat again, just for you to be able to easily access that. We are going to be breaking for lunch, so we will be returning at 1 o'clock, where the Louisiana Small Business Development Center will be giving us a presentation. That is going to be Tina from there, that she's going to give us some information regarding that. And I do want to remind everyone that the slideshow that is shown during our breaks, and it's going to be shown throughout lunch, it does not have any audio to it. So please do not expect to hear talking or music or anything like that. It is simply a resource slide deck for your information. So I will see you guys back here at 1 o'clock. Y'all enjoy your lunch. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our lunch break. So we are continuing the Empowerment Through Employment Conference with our next presentation, Your Business Resource Partner, an Introduction to the Louisiana Small Business Development Center, given by Tina Langlios. I'm not sure if I pronounced your last name correctly, but I gave a valiant effort with it.
Okay.
So if you want to share your screen.
All right. Okay. So okay, I'm glad I put my presentation. Okay, so let me share my screen. And okay, here we go. Hold on. It's coming. All right. Okay. And all right, I hope you can all see my screen. And let me just make the slideshow from the beginning. All right. Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we see it.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so let's see if we take 10 people today and they're all starting a business, right? So those are the 10 people you can see there. And unfortunately, after 2 years, only 4 of those people will still be in business. And that's unfortunately, a sad statistic. And when we look at why new entrepreneurs fail, there are 2 top reasons that have been discovered. Number one is that the business runs out of cash before it can even break even and start making a profit. And if we dig a little deeper, why did the business run out of cash? We realized that there was not a good product market fit. So whatever the entrepreneur was providing did not really meet any need or didn't solve any problem in the marketplace. And then the second reason is because the business didn't have enough cash. So there was not a good planning from the part of that entrepreneur. And then also another reason is that sometimes people start businesses in industries that they don't know at all. They have never had any exposure to that industry. So they're starting something completely new to them. So that is when the SBDC comes in and we provide the assistance to help you succeed in your business. As the lady just said earlier, my name is Tina Langlois. Actually, it's a Cajun name, so it's Langlois, pronounced the French way. And I am going to present about the SBDC, your business resource partner, an introduction to the Louisiana Small Business Development Center. I should say centers, because we have several centers across the state. And I know some of you are joining in from different parts of the state. So I'm the director of the SBDC here at Xavier University, and we are covering 7 parishes: Orleans, Jefferson, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, and what else? Maybe Plaquemine. So that's the territory that we're covering. So today I'm going to talk to you about our agency. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll briefly talk about who we are, what is our story, and then I'll also talk about our services, what do we offer, why you may want to consider working with us, and then the key elements of a SBDC model. Why are we different from other technical assistants that you may have in your parish or within your region? And then our partners, our services are free of charge, and that is because we have awesome partners. And I'll briefly introduce those partners, and then we will go into our impact. That's really the most important thing for us, the economic impact that we develop in our communities. And then I will finish with a few slides about entrepreneurship best practices for those of you who want to start businesses, and then the common misconceptions as well. So before I start, I'm going to ask you, if you have questions as I present, please write your question in the chat, because I will be checking the chat as the questions come in, and then we make this an interactive kind of session, at least if I can. Okay, if that's not possible, Ms. Doiron, please let me know. But that's how I would like to do this session. So ask your questions as I present. All right, so let's start. SBDCs. So SBDCs are actually a national program, and there are over 1,000 SBDCs across the whole country. And we are a partnership program, and we provide technical assistance to new entrepreneurs, so people who are just starting a business. Sometimes we also have people who just have an idea and are still thinking through that idea. And then we also help existing small businesses. So these are people who have been in business maybe 2, 5, 10 years, but they need a specific assistance to grow. Maybe they need a loan to grow even further. Maybe they need help with exporting. So we provide assistance to all those small businesses. So SBDC started as a pilot program in 1976. That was a long time ago, and I know some of you were not born yet at that time. It just started in a few states, and then it was a great success. Then, therefore, it was expanded through the Small Business Development Center Act in 1980. So it became a national program then. Here in Louisiana, it started in 1983. It is administered by the SBA, Small Business Administration, and then hosted at leading universities, community colleges across the country. So we are really the backbone for local entrepreneurship. So as you can see here, you see this map, all those stars that you see on the map, those are all the SBDCs that we have across the country. As you can see, we are covering a wide variety, many counties and parishes. And actually, regardless of the county or the parish you're in, there is an SBDC that covers your parish. So 4,500 business counselors across the country. If you want to learn more about the actual national network, that's our website right there, americassbdc.org. Let's zero in and focus on Louisiana. So in Louisiana, we have 10 centers. You can see here represented with the red stars. And I'm presenting from New Orleans. But we have other centers. So the message for you is that regardless of the parish you're tuning into, there is an SBDC that covers your parish. We usually recommend that you work with the closest SBDC, the closest SBDC to your location. That is because the counselors in that particular center will know the resources that are available in the parishes that you live. So again, so we have 10 offices in Louisiana. If you go on our website, you can see up here, louisianasbdc.org. You can click on locations and find the contact details of all 10 SBDC centers. All right, so let's proceed further. So what do we offer? We offer 3 types of services mainly. Number 1 is consulting, business consulting services at no cost to you. That's one-on-one business consulting services. We also have business education. If you go on our website, again, at louisianasbdc.org, you will see we call under webinars and workshops, you will see the in-person and webinars that we offer, and we cover a wide variety of topics. So that could include human resources management, financial management, loan packaging, marketing, international trade, what else? Business planning, or how to be in compliance. So there is a wide variety of classes that we cover. So usually those classes are short. They're going to be either 1-hour classes, 1-hour webinars, sometimes 2 hours. And it's only from time to time we will offer cohort-based classes. For example, in September, starting September 14, I believe it's September 14, we are having a fast track program. So the fast track program is designed with the curriculum is based on the Kaufman Foundation entrepreneurial program, and that one is a cohort-based program. We're covering 10 weeks. For 10 weeks, we work with you every week to help you start your business, or if you're just starting, we help you in that startup phase. So, so that's what we offer through low-cost business education. And then market research and other resources. If, let's say, you're doing a business plan, but you're not really sure how is the market in your area, we can provide you with data about your parish or data about a certain community, let's say a mile or 2 miles, 5 miles around a specific location. That could be demographic data, but also industry data. Like how is your industry forecasted to grow for the next 5 years? So that's another key resource that we use, very helpful for people needing business plans or financial projections. And then other resources, we know what is available within parishes and at state level, so we will be able to refer you to some of those resources. So this slide shows you a little bit more detail, actually, about the services that we offer. And I wanted to emphasize our niche service, and that's really loan packaging and access to capital. That's what we do best. And that's also what differentiates us from other technical providers. So SBDCs are different because of the following, I would say, elements. Number one, we have our assistance is available long term. So you can work with us today, and then maybe next year you have another issue with your business, you can come back to us, or even in 5 years, you can come back to us. So we don't have a limit in terms of the length of assistance or the length of time you receive assistance from us. Contrary to some technical providers who may be providing intensive assistance, maybe for 3 months or a few weeks, and then the program stops. SBDCs are available. We've been here since 1983, so you can always count on us. In the future, if you need assistance. So let me see. It looks like there is a question here in the chat. Oh, thank you, Pashina. Sheena Casimir, I hope I'm saying your name right. She or he's saying this is a great service. Yes, thank you. And then we are also industry agnostic, which means we serve all industries. We serve restaurants, we serve retail, we serve e-commerce, we serve manufacturers, we serve construction companies. So we do not, we cover any business. And actually, we are really a network. So let's say if within the team that is in the Greater New Orleans area, if we don't have the expertise to assist your business, we can tap into the knowledge that is available across the state through the other centers. And if that is not enough, we can even tap, across the other SBDCs across the country. So, yeah. So, and then SBDCs are really focused on economic impact. That's why from time to time, we'll get back to you. If you work with us, we'll get back to you after a few months or years, and we'll ask you, how many jobs, how many employees do you have now? What are your sales now? Because we want to see, and actually our funders want us to show the economic impact of our work. And that will be number of business started, sales increased, number of jobs we helped created, and those kind of things. So as a result, we are very result-oriented culture, very focused on our annual goals and then on the result that we provide. So SBDCs are really a success model centered around three key sectors. So the academic, because we are all at universities or community colleges, and then public through the funding that we receive, and also private through some partnerships that we have with the private sector within the markets that we serve. Okay, let's see. Oh, right. Okay, so our partners.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We do have a question in the chat.
Yes,
I
okay.
think,
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't see. Thank you.
of course.
Okay. So Ashley Volion is asking, are there any programs specifically for people with disabilities? Not specifically for people with disabilities. Except I would say the veterans through the Disabled Veteran Business Owner Certification. That's a special certification at federal level that allows you to, if you are a veteran and you are disabled veteran, it allows you to compete for specific contracts, federal contracts that have been set aside for disabled veterans. That's the only program I am aware of, but we're happy to assist, anyone that comes to us, including people with disabilities. Okay. Thank you, Kate. Jay. She or he is really enjoying the conference. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I hope that answers your question. I think that was Ashley. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. So our partners are the
Tina. Hey, it's
Yes.
Jeannie. Just wanted to add in for all these parents or people with disabilities. This is the program that I used to start my son's business back in 2012. They were most helpful in guiding me on how to start a business. So there may be very few resources out there intended for people with disabilities specifically, but the SBDC does help all people with a disability or without. So I found it very helpful.
Thank you. That's correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Doiron. So our partners. So our services are free of charge. Our training are free of charge. Consultation free of charge. Market research free of charge. And that is because we have awesome partners. We have the SBA, and we also have LED at state level, the Louisiana Economic Development. And in my case, we have Xavier University, since they are hosting us here in the Greater New Orleans region. In the Bayou region, it's going to be Nicholls State University. So we have several great universities across the state hosting SBDCs. And then we also have some partnerships directly with some economic development offices at parish level. I want to mention JEDCO, the Jefferson Economic Development, Orleans Parish. Also, we work very closely with them. St. Charles Parish as well as St. John the Baptist. So those are our key partners. Our impact. So for this year, and I'm only talking about our centers, the Greater New Orleans SBDC, Greater New Orleans and River region. So this is just for our center, but I just want to give you an overview of the kind of impact that we're making within the region. We have assisted close to 400 businesses so far. This is year to date for a calendar year, January until December. We helped start 21 businesses. We generated capitalization, so that means loans, but sometimes also owners' investment funding at 3.8 million so far, helped increase sales at 2.2 million. And then we held 57 training events with over 600 attendees. So these are all business owner verified impact. So that means the business owner completes the form or sends us an email confirming that, yes, the SBDC has helped them in the process. So businesses who work with SBDCs show over 2 times faster growth rate than businesses who are not working with SBDCs. This is national data, and it's an average, of course, across the whole country. And then we also have data, comparative data for clients who, business owner who work with an SBDC center here, the blue column, versus a business owner who is not working with an SBDC center. So this is the employment growth year to year. So an average business will grow their employees about 1.6% on an average from one year to the other, whereas a company who works with an SBDC center will grow 14%, that employee number. So this data is a bit old. However, it does illustrate the impact that we have when we talk about job creations and community impact. All right, any questions before I move on to key best practices in entrepreneurship and common misconceptions? Let me see, somebody has something in the chat. Okay, KJ. Oh, okay, that's a wonderful parent of a young adult, and she or he would like to start a daycare for youth for 10 years old. Would I be considerable eligible? Would she or he be considered eligible for resources? So it depends what you mean by resources, but absolutely we can work with you when if you're talking about technical resource or technical assistance. Absolutely, we are happy to work with you. Actually, currently we are working with several people who are starting daycare services across our market. So yes, definitely we are happy to work with you on that. Depending on the model that you want to start, you may need to you may need additional capital. So we are happy to work with you with that in that process. And then there is pretty much there are several compliance issues that you need to comply with at state level for daycare services. So we can guide you on that as well. So yes, absolutely. Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. If there are no questions, I'm going to proceed to the key best practices in entrepreneurship. Okay. So number one, you need to solve a problem, and you need to be really clear as to what problem you're solving, who is having that problem, when they're having that problem, how often they have that problem. So understand the problem you're solving as much as possible. So in the example of earlier, the daycare center, there is definitely, I'm sure there is a problem of within the geographical location that she or he is in, where some parents may want to work full time, but they cannot because there are no daycare center available within that community. So yes, that's a problem. And you'll be solving that problem by bringing in daycare center services. So very important, solve a problem and be sure you understand that problem really well. Number two is start in a field you know well. that will be what we call your unfair advantage, because it's an area that you know well, either through prior jobs or maybe through a hobby that you know really well because you are passionate about whatever that subject is. But that's something that is an asset to you. All the knowledge that you have about that specific issue is an asset. So it's really hard when you start a business in a field where you haven't had any exposure in the past. You don't know much about it. So that's why starting a field you know well. Number three, and it's linked to the number one, is take time to understand your target customers. So your target customers, those are the people who have the problem your company is solving. So really understand them, understand what are their fears, what is it that they're trying to achieve, what kind of challenges they have, because the more you know about those target customers and the better you understand that, the better job you do with giving them a service or a product that meets their needs. So, and the more successful your business will be. So that's really critical as well. And then number four, be ready to pivot and to improve as you go. You may start with one idea, and then and maybe you open your doors with that idea. But as the company grows, as a customer provide you with feedback, you may need to change something. Maybe you're not going to offer all these different services. Maybe you're going to focus on one niche service. And that's what we mean by pivoting. Like it's being flexible enough to tailor your services and products to what your customers really need. So that's really critical as well, and an important practice. And then last but not least, persevere. I know it sounds simple, but we've seen so many people, as soon as they encounter the first problem or the second problem, they're like ready to, drop the ball and and go do something else. So entrepreneurship is not easy, but if you're really solving a problem, you know your customers well, and you persevere, ultimately you will succeed as you go. But it's not easy. Okay. So that's why, if it were easy, we had more people doing it. But so let's look at some misconceptions. Misconception number one is the idea is everything. You see, sometimes people have they say, "Oh, I have an idea for a business," and then they don't want to share it with anyone because they are scared that somebody's going to steal their idea. So that's really a misconception. Ideas are actually cheap by the dozen. There are tons of ideas out there, but what's going to make a difference if it's the execution, meaning the planning that goes through behind that idea. You need to build a team to bring that idea into reality. You need to build operations, and then there will be relentless iteration. So iteration means you improve all the time. You take the feedback from your customers and then you improve. Take the feedback and then you improve. That's really, so execution is really what matters the most. And I also like to say, when customers give you feedback, even though that may be a negative feedback, take it as a gift to you. That customer took some time out of their busy day to write a review, even though it's negative. Take it as an opportunity to improve your business, or take it as a springboard to improve your business. So a mediocre idea, well executed, usually beats a brilliant idea poorly executed. Okay, I hope you got that misconception. I think there is somebody has a question in the chat. Okay. See, Rogers is talking about Shark Tank. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, so that's misconception number one. Let's look at misconception number two. So, misconception number two, entrepreneurs are born, not made. That's really far from the reality. And the reality is the research actually and the day-to-day life shows that entrepreneurship is really a set of learned skills. You're not born an entrepreneur. And those skills that you can learn include problem-solving skills, opportunity recognition, financial literacy, and communication. So those skills, people can develop those skills over time. And successful founders are full of introverts, extroverts, visionaries, operators from many backgrounds. So it's really not just, oh, you're born as like Elon Musk, right? So everybody can become an entrepreneur through learned skills. Conception number three, entrepreneurship brings quick wealth and freedom. And I hear this very often, particularly the freedom part. People want to be entrepreneurs because they want to be their own bosses. While that's true, you should keep in mind that ultimately your customer is going to be your boss. And then also freedom, I would say yes, but it's not going to be immediate. So in practice, most entrepreneurs, particularly the successful one, work long hours and often earn less in the early stages of the business than they would earn if they were in a traditional 9-to-5 job. So, but freedom comes later after systems have been built in the business. Once the entrepreneur has built a team that can work independently, and then cash flow comes in a regular way. That's when freedom really is there. So usually that's not going to be in the first few years. That's going to be after maybe 3-4 years, once the business starts to really be systemized, I would say. Misconception number 4, you have to do it all alone. So yes, I've seen, and as we see often in our practice, we see people who just, they're solopreneurs. So nowadays, with AI, it is possible to run businesses with AI agents. So basically you train a AI tool to do some parts of your business, but in general, you need a team. So durable vendors are almost the product of a team, mentors, advisors, lenders, and other partners who all contribute skills and perspective to the founders to the founders project. So even though there is the AI tools that you can use to do some tasks, specifically some repetitive tasks in your business, it's always very valuable to network, meeting with mentors, advisors, as I said, partners and other assistance provider within your region. And then last misconception is success is fast and it's going to be all or nothing. So really, as we said earlier, it can take time. Usually it comes through many small compounding steps to build a successful and sustainable business rather than one heroic leap, right? So most businesses grow slowly, steadily over many years, and sometimes through multiple pivots. So they may need to change, adapt to market shifts, or change business models. All right, so that ends my presentation. And actually, I realized I didn't double check with Ms. Wahon if the timing, I think that was like 35 minutes, if that's okay. In any case, I'm open to questions. So if you have any questions, I can answer those questions. And where to find us, you can visit our website at louisianasbdc.org. Through the website, you can register for our webinars or our in-person workshops. You can also request a consultation through the website and schedule a one-on-one consulting. If you are in the Greater New Orleans area and River region, that's our phone number right there. All right. Let me see what I have. Thank
Hi,
you.
Tina.
Yeah.
I had a question. The
Yes.
one thing that I liked most about utilizing the Small Business Development Center was your expertise in all kinds of businesses. So when I came in with my concept, I had no idea whether it was a good idea. I just knew I had an idea. And I think that the most important part of my interaction with y'all was the fact that y'all could break it down for me and go, yes, this is a good idea. Yes, you should try. And the empowerment that I felt by utilizing. So I guess my question is um, how um, how how many client or people with disabilities do y'all serve
Mm.
in it, historically through yours, have y'all had interaction with, and are there any successes that you can tell us about briefly of people who have succeeded in business?
So we do have when people come to us, they'll have to complete a form first. It's just a one-page form that we need to provide to our funders, specifically the SBA. So in that form, there is they ask about some demographics information, and there is actually a space that will ask, do you consider yourself, do you have a disability, yes or no? I won't be able to tell you, however, right now, how many of the 400 people we have assisted so far are disabled. It's not one specific metric that we monitor that closely, but we do have the data. So I can pull the data and tell you exactly how many people with disabilities we have assisted so far. But I won't be able to tell you right now. So that's the first thing. So the other question was, success stories. So our services are confidential.
Oh.
So we won't be able to tell another company or another person about your business unless you specifically tell us in writing that you authorize us to talk about your business. So, and then usually when the person authorizes us to talk about the business, we are not going to focus on their background, whether they have a disability or not. We are going to showcase the business side of the success story. Unless, of course, the business owner wants us to showcase that part, maybe for other people with disabilities to be inspired, in which case we will do it. So I can talk to you about a few businesses that we've assisted recently and that were for which the business owner specifically said, okay, you can talk about us in public. So here in the New Orleans area, I don't know if you know the pickleball exchange place in the downtown area, New Orleans. That's a business that we've helped. And actually, I had the picture here, but I think I removed it. Yeah, so it's a a business that has pickleball ball courts, offering and a bar, and that offers their services and their courts to tourists, but also to residents looking to play pickleball. So that's one. There is another place there is a restaurant on Esplanade here in New Orleans that is also one of the small businesses we assisted, one of our success stories. And it's called, I believe it's Bonafide. Yes, so they used to be a food truck, and then they graduated into a brick and mortar location. And that's also a business we've helped. There is also a music school. I don't recall the name, but I know they are in Jefferson Parish. It was basically I believe five business owners who came together to open five musicians, teachers, musicians who came together to open a school, and we helped them open that school. So those are three examples.
That's great examples. Thank you. And then CJ Rogers, his question is the center open to the public?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, yes, we are open to the public. So right now we are located at Xavier University. So the location that we have here is, we are open to the public. We are within the Division of Business on the third floor, and I can write it here actually. On the third floor, actually on the second floor and also on the third floor, if you come here within the Xavier South building, there will be banners, pop-up banners, and those will tell you exactly where we are, the rooms that we are, but I'm going to write it. Hold on, I'm going to write it right here. I'm going to end the show and write it here. And so yes, we are open to the public, and I'm going to write the address. It's 909 South Norman C. Francis Parkway, and in New Orleans. If you are outside of New Orleans, you can go on our website and you will see the physical location of other centers. And here, it's going to be Xavier South Building, and we are in room 203 A and B, and in room 340G. So yes, we open to the public. From time to time, we take walk-ins, but the best thing to do is to request a consultation online and then make an appointment. Because we do have events we attend across cities, and we do some outreach events. So sometimes we are not physically here in the office. That's why it's best to make an appointment. And then let me see, because it looks like there are some other questions.
We do have a hand that's up, Tia Kelly, if you would like to unmute and ask your question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Tia.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the information. My business is the Potentia Consulting Group, the Potentia Group Foundation, and CK Cleaning, which is my son's business. I want to just shout out the Small Business Development Center, that they ask you, what do you need to be successful, and how they can assist you. And a lot of times I'm really busy because I have all these things in front of me. And Ryan will call me and say, hey, I thought this is something you're interested in. And so if you do the work in developing those relationships, they'll know you, and they'll know the type of thing that you need to support your business, and they know what you're doing. And so it's not a comparative thing that you want to look at someone else's model and say, oh, I'm not successful as those people, it's just to, like you said, solve a problem and to be really great at it. Do a good job, do your best, and we're constantly going to learn. And I also wanted to add, if someone is in the Lake Charles area, we're having an event every third Thursday of the month to connect the youth. So that includes those people with disabilities. We want you to feel connected. We want you to feel have a space to go, and we want everybody to come out if you're 13 and older. And so, thank you for your time. Thank you for this information. This was a great conference, and I didn't know that I could stay because I'm working, and I didn't know the quality of the presentation, but it started off really well, and it's just a really good informational session. So thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Tia, may I ask you, you are in which parish? Because I know you mentioned
I'm in
Ryan,
Lafayette
so that's
Parish.
okay. So yeah, Ryan is in Lafayette. Okay,
Yes.
good, good. Yes, so there is another question. Thank you, Tia, for that contribution. We appreciate that. There is a question from Deborah. Have you helped people working with LRS create business plans? If so, what is the process? Yes, we have helped people refer to us from the LRS create business plans, and the process was mostly the business owner coming to us directly to create that business plan. So the business plan process that we use is that we want it to be a collaboration. It should not be just us developing your business plan. It should be a collaboration, you and us working together to develop the business plan, because ultimately going through that process makes you a better business owner. You will know the numbers that went into your financial projections, the assumptions that we use to develop your revenue or your sales forecast, and then also the expenses that we used to develop those forecasts. So it's really important for you to know what went into the plan. And very often people come to us really lost when it comes to the process, and we are happy to handhold them through the step by step, through looking at the different, what is the startup cost, for example. That's going to be the number one question when you start your business. How much do you need to start a business? What are the things that you need to start that business, and then costing every item. And then once you have a total, where are you going to find the fund? Maybe if you need 30,000, maybe 20,000 comes from a lender, but 10,000 will be from your savings, or depending. So really working step by step through your startup costs. And then we will work with you step by step with your identifying your fixed expenses. What are the things that your company will need to pay every month, even if you had 0 customers? And then also working with you to identify your sales forecast and making assumptions. That means, okay, let's assume that on the first month you're going to have 10 customers. What does that mean in terms of revenue? And then the following months, there is a little bit more word of mouth going out. So now you have 15 customers. What does that mean in terms of revenue? And then the third month, now you have 20 customers. What does that mean in terms of revenue? When is it that you're going to break even? When are you going to generate enough revenue to cover all your expenses and start making a profit? So we work with you through all those small steps so that you really understand what goes into your business plan. And then the LRS usually requests a letter from us that says that we work with you to develop the business plan, and that says that based on the number, this is a viable business. So yeah, so we had experience doing that. I hope that answers your questions, Deborah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, good. Okay, any other questions? So actually, just to go back to what C. Rogers said, is the center open to the public? We do consulting virtually and also in person. So if you are, if you cannot come here, we can also just do virtual consultation. We do it very often. Actually, since COVID, I would say 95% of our consulting is done online. So that helps you save time. It's more practical. You don't have to battle for parking when you come here. So yes, so sometimes there are some things that are better when it's in person, but we can also provide a virtual consultation. Thank you, C. Rogers. All right. Any other questions? All right. If there are no questions, I'm going to stop here. And I appreciate everyone here. I appreciate all your questions and your participation. All right.
Thank you so much for providing that information. It's very valuable information, especially if you're looking for that customizable employment aspect. So, like Jeannie was talking about with her son, they found something that he really enjoyed doing, and they developed a business based off of that with the help of the Small Business Development Center. So, thank you for providing that information to us today.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Anytime. All
Thank
right.
Now,
Bye-bye. I'm going to leave.
yes,
It's
ma'am.
okay.
Thank
It's okay to leave. Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Okay.
So
Bye-bye.
I am sharing again the Google folder link that's got information right now regarding our agenda for the day, and it's got our speaker bios in there. Again, we're going to be adding more information to it at the conclusion of our conference. Realistically, it's going to be tomorrow. We're going to be putting in PDFs of the slide decks that are being used throughout the day today. We're going to have the transcript, the recording of this conference, and our resource slide deck that I'm going to be playing for you guys in just a short minute because we're going to be going on our break until 2 o'clock. When we come back, we're going to be hearing about post-secondary education opportunities. And again, with our resource slide deck, there is no audio that's included. So you're just going to be seeing slides that are going to give you resources on disability and employment topics. So we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank y'all. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. So our next presentation is going to be from Dr. Mary Breaud. She is Associate Professor of Education and Faculty Advisor for Bridge to Independence at Nicholls State University. And she's going to be talking to us about post-secondary education opportunities in Louisiana and LaPIE. So Miss May or Dr. Breaud, you can take it away.
Hi, good afternoon. So just let me know if I need to speak up or if you have any questions along the way. I am more than happy to answer questions. I'm going to try to get my chat up so I can see if anybody has a question. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. Let's see, do I not have my video on? Oh, how's that? Hi. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about post-secondary inclusive education. I am Dr. Mary Breaud. I teach in the College of Education at Nicholls, mostly higher education teachers that want to be school administrators. I worked in Lafourche Parish schools for over 22 years before coming to Nicholls. I worked as a special education teacher, a school administrator, and as a district administrator, specifically in the area of special education. So this topic is very near and dear to me. When I went to Nicholls, like Jeannie said, I do oversee the Bridge to Independence program. I'm the faculty advisor and also the developer of that program. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary. So I am speaking today on behalf of LaPIE. LaPIE is a state organization primarily of certified transition program directors and other people that have interest in post-secondary education with CTPs, and I will use that acronym CTP, which is a certified transition program, throughout this presentation. And kind of what is that? Let me see, let me make sure my slides are working. Here we go. So what is post-secondary education? So it's at an education level after high school. It's for individuals specifically with an intellectual disability. It is housed at an institution of higher education, be that a university or a community college. These programs have been in existence for a very, very long time. In Louisiana, the last 12 or 13 years. It started with a program at UL Lafayette, UL Life, and another program, the Lions Connect at Southeastern. So these programs started for individuals with intellectual disabilities who typically would not have the opportunity to further their education at a college, university, or community college. And that is because typically in high school, they're on a different educational track. In the old days, it was a certificate of achievement. I'm sure y'all are very familiar with the April Dunn Act and all of the different high school diplomas. So students with an intellectual disability typically were not on that college prep track, and students would need to be on that college prep track to be accepted into a university or community college. So these programs are on the higher institution campuses, but the programs are not any type of degree program. They are certificate programs, and the certificates are backed by the Louisiana State, the United States Department of Education. And like at Bridge, when our students complete our program, they receive a certificate of completion from the Bridge to Independence program at Nicholls State University. It's not a degree from the university. So, like I said, these are offered at institutions of higher education. They are designed specifically to support students with intellectual disability. Lots of times you'll see students with different abilities. We'll have individuals that contact us and say, hey, I have autism, or I have a different disability. Do I qualify? Well, we have to ensure that the student has an intellectual disability, and that is the criteria of the Certified Transition Program through the United States Department of Education. So a student can have 2 or more different disabilities, but one of those have to be intellectual disability. And does it have to be exactly written on their evaluation? No. We look at the evaluation when a student comes and is interested in our program. And sometimes they have a disability that doesn't say intellectual disability, but the testing of IQ and adaptive functioning is within the evaluation. So we are able to certify that a student would be acceptable for the program under those terms. So our programs do have a advising and curriculum structure. We have to develop a curriculum. We have to develop a program and a packet when we apply for the CTP, and we have to meet certain criteria. 75% of the time, the student must be in an inclusive setting. So these programs are totally inclusive. Our students go to college level courses with their peers. They are not degree seeking, like I said. They are taking these classes as an audit. There are some instances where a student can earn credit, but the credit is not going to go towards a associate or bachelor's degree. The beauty about having a CTP is that it's recognized by the United States Department of Education and therefore allows for the students to be eligible to receive Pell Grants. So that's financial aid to be able to offset some of the cost of the program. So this is a current map of the United States. This is found on the Think College site. If you're not familiar with Think College, it's a great interactive site with tons of information about educational opportunities for individuals with intellectual disabilities and other disabilities throughout the United States. When we started the Bridge program 10 years ago, you see the state of Louisiana, we currently have 9 certified transition programs in the state. When we started in 2016, this number was 0. We had no certified transition programs in the state. Bridge to Independence at Nicholls was the very first to gain this criteria, which we're very proud. And then after UL Lafayette and Southeastern came about, BRCC in Baton Rouge and BRCC in Shreveport both came on at that time and were approved programs. And that was kind of about it for a while. LaPIE has been an instrument that we have utilized to share information about these programs, and we have worked with the Board of Regents, which I'll speak about, to be able to advocate for more programs, because there were a lot of families in different parts of the state, because pretty much everybody was below I-10 except for Shreveport. And so that left a big part of our state that didn't have any programs. And families and individuals were very interested in that part of the state for a program. And maybe they just didn't want to, come and live on campus that far away from home, or they felt like, they wanted a day program in their part of the state. So LaPIE is a resource to advocate for more programs, and we have helped to support new programs being developed throughout the state. And later on in the presentation, you'll see all of those 9 programs and where they are. you can also see there's a good bit, in the states all over. When we started Louisiana, when we had our one at Nicholls, the states in the southeastern region, there were no programs. So this is within the last 10 years. There has been a lot of work done to create programs and have programs. And I won't say there were no programs, there were programs, but they were not certified transition programs, in which I said, the beauty of that is for families and individuals to tap into the Pell Grants. Okay, so I'm looking at the chat and what is meant by a certified transition program. That is a program that's a distinction that is given by the United States Department of Education. There is a program with criteria. We have to set a curriculum for our students. We have to ensure that our students are in an inclusive program 75% or more of the time. So that means taking college courses that we choose for our students that are in line with our goals of independent living and job readiness for gainful employment upon the completion of the program. So if you're interested, Think College, they have a really, really good website, and there's all kinds of things to learn from there. So I hope that answers your question. So LaPIE began in 2019. Our mission was to increase the inclusive programs in Louisiana. LaPIE was originally funded by the DD Council. There was a small amount of money to be able to go and advocate for more programs throughout the state. And it was originally housed at Southeastern, and it is still housed at Southeastern. So Southeastern is like the fiscal agent for LaPIE for the little bit of monies that we have, for this. So currently, LaPIE is founded by Act 682, which came about in 2025. This was under Governor Edwards, and this act was created to be able to have some funding for programs because the programs are fully independent from the university. So not very much or any funds come from the universities or community colleges in which these programs are at. We have to figure out how to raise money to pay our staff and to run the program. So this Act 682 was the beginning of helping to provide funds for our programs and for new programs, the creation of new programs, which was so very important. So why do we need this? Why do we need the funding? Because CTP programs are not typically funded through the university or the community college. Like I said, we're independent. We have to provide our own fundraise or find different ways to bring in funds. So what do we need our funding for? We need staffing, of course, to run our programs. We need to be sustained, over time. We don't want to just be here for a year and do something great and then can't continue because we don't have funding. So we were looking for consistent funding. Funding is needed for startup programs. At Nicholls, we talked about the bridge program for over 2 years before we raised any money. And everybody thought it was a great idea, but there was no money to fund somebody to actually work in the program. So we had to actually go out and raise money to be able to start our program, and that took over 2 years. So we wanted some funds available so that if someone wanted to start a program, that we could help kickstart that with, a program director or a teacher or someone to actually run the program. And funding was also needed to expand our existing programs because mostly all of us run on a pretty strict budget. And there's so many things that we could do, but it costs, and we have to have more funds. So we were hoping to be able to have more funds to be able to increase the opportunities in our program. And to give you an example of that, in Bridge, we started as a 2-year program, and we had opportunities to do internships off campus. Internships are a big part of these programs for students to learn different job skills so that when they complete, they're ready for gainful employment. So one problem that we had was time between classes for students to actually have time to be transported and do the internship and come back. And then the other problem was the transportation. We don't have a bus system, where we are. We're a small rural town, and there's a little city bus, but to go to Walmart and come back could take an hour and a half, and that's not even the time to do the internship. So we needed a way to get to internships. And so when we did receive funding, we were able to solve these problems. We went from a 2-year program to a 4-year program to allow the time, and we were able to secure a van for our transportation to and from internships. So the outcomes for LaPIE was to create an alliance for increased opportunities for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Act 682 did create some of those funds. The first funds that were granted to us was $1 million, and that was over 2 years ago. So for existing programs, we were awarded $50,000 a piece to be able to expand our programs. And then new programs that wanted to come on and wanted to secure their CTP, they were awarded $20,000 to get started. And then once they did receive their CTP status, then they were awarded $60,000 to actually start their program. So that was wonderful. And that also funded LaPIE because the DD Council funding did run out. And so we were able to get funds from Act 682 to be able to keep LaPIE going. And we used a lot of that for exposure to the programs and for helping programs to get started, because it is a bit of a task to write the plan for the CTP and get that approved. It takes a lot of inner workings at the university or the community college. So those funds went to some consulting to help programs to get started. So that's kind of like the mentoring and the technical assistance, develop resources to develop the implementation of the programs. And that was all through the Louisiana Postsecondary Inclusive Education Alliance. That was the board that Act 682 created through the Board of Regents, the BOR. So the BOR is the fiscal agent to be able to disperse these monies. And there is a committee of people who sit on that board to determine how those monies will be spent. I am one of those people on the board. I was selected by the governor as an expert in certified transition programs. But there's about 15 people on that board. And when we started, we met every month to get started and get new programs going in the state. So what can we do? When we started dreaming about this, we had to look to other states and see what they were doing to see how they were getting funded. So that's what we did. We modeled our plan off of Florida, and we reached out to different senators and legislators, and Senator Boudreaux was our champion, and he actually wrote the legislation with some help of some other senators. And that was, how that was successful to get funded. So we researched all the information. We, developed a group of people, and we worked collaboratively to work and brainstormed and, like I said, we reached out to different senators, and Senator Boudreaux was the one who actually wrote that legislation. So this is kind of a little snippet of Act 682, just for your information, if you want to, look at it and see what it's all about. Other states have looked to us to see how we have done this to be able to get funds. This was not a reoccurring fund. We had to go and advocate for more monies, which we did, and we were successful for the second year. So this just talks about the act, and that it it wants us to provide technical assistance to other programs, develop an application process of how these programs are going to be formed and how we're going to support them. This group, they actually looked at the applications of the universities and technical colleges that wanted programs and decided who would be funded, and pretty much everyone who wanted to be funded was, and determine how to distribute the information about these programs, and that's basically through LaPIE. So like we're doing today, you're learning about LaPIE and all of the things that are in the circle of certified transition programs and Act 682, and how all of this goes about and expands. So it does talk about the legislation, the creation of the Postsecondary Education Fund. That's where the monies go into, that the Board of Regents has fiscal authority over. And our main goal is for our students to be as independent as they possibly can, and to be able to secure gainful employment. And some of the programs are very new. There's only, Bridge is probably the third to oldest, even though we were the first certified transition program. Like I said, UL Lafayette and Southeastern had programs before we started, but did not gain the CTP status until after we did. But all of our goals are the same for our students to come in. Some of us have opportunities for our students to live on campus, summer day programs, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. And you can always go to the Think College site and find out more about each program there. So this was the big celebration when the act had passed and it was signed by the governor. So we all went and had a fabulous time that day with Governor Edwards. And the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Advisory Council was the council that was developed through that act, who decides on how these monies are going to be spent. Just kind of giving you a broad overview. The DD Council did continue to support LaPIE for 2 years. And then after that, we utilized some of the funds from the post-secondary fund to continue to fund LaPIE, to be able to continue outreach and continue to assist programs that needed help in the development of their program. So the second year, we went and some of our students testified in front of the budget committee and, said what they had learned and what they had gained from our program. And we were actually awarded a second $1 million that second year. And that money additionally went to help existing programs and to help new programs to get started. So this kind of shows you where the monies went, who they went to, which programs. The 50,000s are the existing programs, and the 80,000s were those 20,000 startup fees, and the 60,000 after the CTP was awarded. So that's where the 80s come from. And then LaPIE was granted $100,000. This was over 2 years ago. from that first round of funds so that we could do the work and increase. And all of these 80,000s are the programs that we have helped to get started. So this kind of shows you more of the fund distributions. I believe this was the second time that we were awarded monies. And then this is the current programs and the person who, if you are interested, to reach out to for information. So we have Bridge to Independence at Nicholls. Julie Faults is our director. Lions Connected at Southeastern. Southeastern is a day program. This says Dr. Trailer, but there's actually a new director coming in. Her name is Dr. Donna Reno, and you can find her on the Lions Connected website. UL Life, University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Jade McMinn, Dr. McMinn, is the program director. They do have housing on campus for students. Spiro LSU is at LSUA in Alexandria. Brittany Soden is their director. Then you have the Program for Successful Employment at BRCC in Baton Rouge, and Lakeisha London is the director of that program. Program for Successful Employment at Bossier, that's the one in Shreveport, and that's Miss Wardinia Jenkins. New programs since we began our work. Interactive Community Studies program at LSU, that's Big LSU is what I call it. Their director is Lenora Hernandez. Exceptional Nights Academy at Southern is in process. So they do not have a program up and running yet, but they are in the application stage of the CTP. ACES, University of Louisiana at Monroe, Dr. Tia Neal is their director. Prime at McNeese, their director is Letty Goings. And then Fletcher Community College, Dr. Susan Gennaro. That program is still in the works, and we're hoping that they'll be up and running pretty soon. So the community colleges don't have housing for students. So those are all commuter programs, day programs. McNeese is a day program. Big LSU, they have housing, and Southeastern does not offer housing. UL Life does. Nicholls does. I think that's it. So when we went to advocate for additional funds, we brought some of our students with us. Jude on the left is a current student in Bridge. That's Senator Boudreaux with Jude and Mitch. And Mitch is a alum of the Bridge program. They both testified, told, how they were learning independence, how they were learning skills to become gainfully employed. Since completing the program, Mitch has worked for a few different companies. He actually has 2 jobs right now. A lot of our students work part-time, so they can have the opportunity to work more than one job if they wish. But Mitch has been gainfully employed for over 5 years. He lives independently, and he really made a big impact with the budget committee when he told them that he had just recently filed his taxes and he's a productive member of society. They love that. And he actually sits on our board of Postsecondary. He's one of the members chosen by the DD Council. So this is just a little flyer that the Board of Regents put together when we were advocating that time. It was a front and back page document, just talking about the successes of our students. I can tell you a little bit. Mitch is down here, which I just talked about Mitch. Sean was in our first cohort at Bridge. Sean is a self-advocate. He is an author. He wrote a book about himself with Down syndrome called All About Me. And Sean has been working and living independently ever since he graduated from our program in 2018 in the same job. He works for the clerk of court, and he has been in that job since 2018, since he completed. Right here is Mary. Mary was also in our first cohort. Mary was our very first student to get gainful employment upon completion of our program. Mary works for the district attorney's office, which is downtown in our little town, and it's right in the heart of downtown. And so she has a little house that her parents purchased for her, and she lives independently with her cat, takes care of her cat. She goes to work. She can walk to work because it's right around the corner. Downtown Thibodaux, we have, a lot of little things. We have bakeries and little sandwich shops. So she goes out on her lunch break and does her own thing, like everybody else. Goes home after work and takes care of her cat, takes walks, and there's a Circle K right there that she likes to frequent and go get her, little drinks. So those are three examples that I can give you, specifically that I know about from our program. And then you can read on the other ones of other student success stories. And since this time, we've had so many more because this is a couple years since we put this one out. But we have so many great success stories of our students around the state in our programs. So I'll kind of go over the programs a little bit so that you know all of this information comes from the Think College website. So this talks about the ACES program, which is at the University of Louisiana in Monroe. They have been in existence about 2 years. And when you're looking at programs, when you go into Think College, this little box right here is very important because it is the little box that tells you that it is a certified transition program. And you would want to know that because any student who is accepted into the program is eligible for a Pell Grant. So that will help with university costs and fees of these programs. And this is a little picture of.
We do have a raised hand.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine. So Denarold Anderson, if you want to unmute your microphone.
(2:33 p.m.)
I apologize. That definitely wasn't supposed to be hit. I think my daughter hit that by accident.
No worries. Thank you.
And thank you, Miss Jackie, for bringing that to my attention. Because I just get on a tangent and keep going. So this is a picture of some of the ACES students at the University of Louisiana at Monroe. I'd like to give you some graphic pictures of our students. LSU Integrated Community Studies program at Big LSU. They are currently a 2-year program. They are applying for the 4-year. They're hoping to be able to gain that soon. And so they're at Big LSU is what I call them. And then the UL Life program at University of Louisiana at Lafayette, ULL. And that's some pictures of the students there and some mentors. This is Dr. McMinn. She's the director. LSUA in Alexandria, the Sparrow program. They are a 4-year program, non-residential. So there's some students. And since these funds have become available, the number of students that each program is able to service has gone up exponentially. So we're able to serve a lot more students because every year we put out applications and we might only have 2 or 3 or 4 open spots, and we'll get 8, 12, sometimes 20 applications. Sometimes we have waiting lists up to 3 years, but now that we're able to expand and be able to hire more staff to be able to expand, we're able to accept more students. So this is Bridge to Independence. This is the program where I am. Our director is Julie False. This is saying that we're a 2-year program, but we recently have moved to a 4-year program. And this is some of our students and mentors. Lions Connected is at Southeastern. It is a 2 or 4-year program and non-residential. And that's some of the students at Lions Connected. And this is the university where LaPIE is housed. Prime at McNeese. This is a fairly new program. They've been in existence for 1 year. I didn't have a picture of them at that time. Program for Successful Employment at Bossier Parish Community College in Bossier. So this one's, way far up there in the state. And the Program for Successful Employment, BRCC, they recently applied for a grant and received it. So they are kind of expanding and renewing their entire program. So we're really, really excited about that. So all programs have a website. It gives much more information than I'm giving you here today with things to consider when applying. You might want to think about the location of the program, the duration. Is it 2 years or 4 years? Is that right? Which one is right for you? Are there campus housing options? If you want to live on campus, you're going to want to look at a program that has that available. What programs best meet your long-term employment goals? All of our programs are around the same parameters of what we have to follow, but depending on where you are, there's different opportunities. Like Nicholls is the only university in the state that has a culinary program. So if a student is interested in a job within culinary, Nicholls might be one to look at. So everyone offers different types of programming. So it's important to know what you would like to do and what program can meet those needs for you. You're going to have to look at the cost of the program. Every program cost is different. Some programs have additional fees, program fees, some do not. And those fees vary from around $2,000 a semester to over $12,000 a semester. And that's kind of intuitive of the university traditional cost of each university or community college. Some programs have age requirements. When we wrote our application, we were asked for an age limit, which is 28. Programs that are coming on now, that's not a requirement that they have to put. So you will want to ask, if there is an age limit, and if so, what is it? Size of the campus, maybe you're more comfortable with a small campus. Maybe you're more comfortable with a very large campus. Nicholls is a small campus. It's walkable, whereas compared to like big LSU, it's huge. They have buses that run around campus because it's so big, So it's just kind of, what fits you. And then the number of students in the program. Maybe you want a program that has less students. Maybe you're interested in a bigger program with more students. So it's just all things to consider. So, and what can we do? We can advocate with groups such as LACAN, LRS. We attend days at the Capitol. We write letters and emails to legislators and senators. We look out for funding opportunities. We share information about our programs on social media. Pretty much every program has a Facebook page. So if you're interested, you can go look at the Facebook page. It'll give you things that are coming up, and it'll show you things that the programs do. and give you kind of like a little insight into what each program does. You can participate in high school or other transition fairs. A lot of our programs are at those fairs talking about their programs, or sometimes we're invited in a certain area. If we're down in the Bayou region, so lots of times we get invited to things in the Bayou region, Baton Rouge region, sometimes other places, but just be looking out for those transition fairs. And then tour the programs, ask, how you can help, how you can advocate. Most programs, it's best to contact the director if you're interested and see how they handle program tours. Lots of programs are going towards like a whole day where students come and kind of get a really good view of what's happening, and they can interact with the students on campus and see if they're comfortable and if it's a good fit for them. So that's our time is about up. We have a few minutes if anybody has any questions, but this is my email. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. And if you're looking for answers from another program, I can give you, how to contact that program. Or like I said, you can go to Think College or the university website. Pretty much every program has a website on their university or community college website to, contact. But I thank you for your time. I hope that, you learned something today. And if it's not for you, you might talk to somebody that, you might say, hey, I heard something. This might be good for you. So just, use the information as you will. And I appreciate your time today. And if you have any questions, I am willing to answer anything that you have.
So we do have some questions in the chat.
Okay, let me look at that.
Our first question is, do you have data on how many students have been through these programs? How many achieve competitive, integrated, or gainful employment?
Yes. So if you go to the Louisiana Board of Regents webpage and you find the programs, and you will find our council, and there are yearly reports that we submit information to them on the percentage of our students that are graduates, how many are living independently, how many have gainful employment, plus lots more. So there is data there that you can find. If you want something specific for a specific program, then you would have to reach out to them. But that document on the Board of Regents website is broken down by school, so you'll be able to kind of see that there. So I see this.
Okay, you could go ahead.
I see the second one. Is there a waiting list for the Bridge to Independence program? If we have 3 slots and we fill those 3 slots and we have more students that would have qualified, those students have like preferential choice for the next fall. So is there a waiting list? We don't have a quote unquote direct waiting list, but we will invite those students back that were not chosen, and they have preference the next year for acceptance, if that answers your question. Just spoke with a family yesterday about referring their 18-year-old son. I've made previous referrals. These programs are wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. We think so. This is the last week for the Bridge Bakery at Nicholls, where you can get delicious pastries, and that is very true. Thank you for that shout out. We do a summer bakery. Our current students and our alums come back and they work the front of the house for a bakery that is on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at Nicholls in the Culinary Institute. Our pastry chef at the Culinary runs the bakery, and she has all of her bakers in the back, and it is delicious. And so, yes, we only have two more days. We do that every week in June and July, except the week around July 4th, and it's wonderful. So if you can't make it this summer, come out next summer. It's a treat. Oh, Lenora's on. Great. So she has her email there if you have any information that you want on Big LSU's program. Thanks, Lenora. And we have someone that their son completed the program at BRCC in 2024, currently employed with Prisma Graphics. Fantastic. That is so great to hear. Is there a GED requirement? No. Most students with an intellectual disability, and I say most, will not or do not have a GED. So it is definitely primarily not a requirement. The basic requirement is intellectual disability, and then every program has other requirements. And most programs, if you go on their website, they'll have their application on that website and it'll outline all of the requirements. So that's just a little tidbit that you can go on those websites and check it out. I think that's all the questions. But thank y'all so very much. Appreciate it. And if you're in town, come by the bakery tomorrow and Thursday. It's your last chance for the summer.
We do have a raised hand.
Okay.
So Andrea, you could go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just had a question, Dr. Breaud. I have a client who, one of my customers is received a certificate of achievement in high school years back, and she's been having difficulty because she does not have that GED. Her thought is to return back to adult ed. Would your program be a supplement or anything different? Because I know you say they don't receive their GEDs there, but they do can receive a Pell Grant and get the college experience. What would be your thought on that?
The GED is not needed. Most of our students do not have a GED. Does that kind of answer your question?
Just kind of thinking, I'm just thinking out loud, and please forgive me to the group, but would this be an alternative program? I guess is what I'm asking. In terms of her wanting to better herself, to get a better job, maybe a job that doesn't require GED, but they look at the experience and the exposure that she's had through the Bridge to Independence program.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So that is our primary goal, for our students to learn how to live independently and how to gain employment and work independently. So the
Yes, ma'am.
internships, go towards that, and our students leave with a lot of information, and they have different rubrics and things that they're not their employer but their supervisor will rate them, and so they come with a lot of things that's experience after the
Yes.
program to be able to obtain a job. So it's definitely an alternative, but the student does have to exhibit, they do have to show documentation of intellectual disability.
Intellectual. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate you answering my question.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Dr. Breaud, it's Jeannie. You probably said this, I might have missed it. What is the age requirement for the program?
Nicholls, we have an age requirement of 28. So students can apply up until 28. We'll accept them at 28. They can turn 29 the next day. But as long as they enter the program at 28, we're fine. I can't speak directly to the other programs. Like I said, when we did our application way back when, they asked for an age limit. But when we recently did the extension to the 4-year, that wasn't something that they asked for new programs coming out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And somebody asked when the bakery closes, 1 o'clock, 10 to 1.
Or until they're sold out. They do sell out some days.
Yes, we've been selling out very frequently.
and it's well worth a visit. So we thank you so much. And Eva, the age limit is 28. They have to be at the age of 28 when they apply for the program. They could turn 29 the next day, she said, but as long as they're in before they are 29, they should be good.
Right.
So thank you so
And
much again, Dr. Brew, for all of this very valuable information. And I did say it in the chat again, we are going to be sharing PDFs of all of the slide decks that we're seeing today. That's going to come after the conclusion of the conference. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to be back here for 3 o'clock, where we're going to discuss Social Security disability benefits planning. So I will put the resource slides back on, and there is no audio that comes along with that. So you'll have access to those slides as well after the conference concludes. So thank you guys, and I'll see y'all back at 3. Thank you, Dr. Brew.
thank you.
So our final presentation of the day today is how Social Security disability benefits planning can support a successful transition to work. And that presentation will be given by Dr. Rose Angelocci and Donald Ray Leger, benefits planner and project director for the WSC WIPA program at the LSUHSC Human Development Center. So if you guys, I see you're sharing already, perfect. So you guys can take it away. Thank you.
Hello. Are y'all able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. So I'm Rose Angelocci with the West South Central WIPA program, and today Donald Leger, or Ray as we call him, will be presenting about Social Security benefits. So talking about how Social Security disability benefits planning can support a successful transition to work. So we're going to talk about two different benefits today. So let's talk about today's agenda. So we're going to talk about SSI, or Supplemental Security Income. We'll talk about the cash benefits people get. Medicaid is the associated health care. And we'll talk about ABLE accounts and work incentives, and how to report if you are working. And we'll also be talking about the Social Security Disability Insurance, or SSDI, and the associated work incentives with that benefit. Medicare, which is your health care that's associated with a benefit. And again, how to report your earnings. So I'm going to start off talking about SSI, or like I said, Supplemental Security Income. So it's really important to know which benefit you receive, because they have different rules about how reporting works and how work affects the cash benefit that you might receive. So it's important to know which one you have. So SSI is a needs-based benefit, and it's intended to supplement any income that you already have to meet needs for food and shelter. It's usually issued the first of the month, and it's based on the federal benefit rate, which is assessed each year. And your benefits are adjusted based on your monthly earnings. So the check can kind of fluctuate depending on how much you earn. It fluctuates in response to that, the gross income that you get. Basic eligibility requirements. This is a benefit given to people that are age 65 or older, or blind. We refer to statutory blind, which is similar to the definition for legal blindness, or have a disability based on Social Security's definitions. And there's an income and resource tests that people must pass to be eligible for this benefit, and have certain citizenship and residency requirements. And it's something that people apply for. You have to file an application. So, as I mentioned, it depends on income and resources. So, income that affects SSI. So, there's unearned income, or any kind of gross wages that you might get from employment or self-employment, or even some things that are given to us in kind. So items received in lieu of wages, like room and board. Or there might be, support given to you by your family. Maybe they support you in ways providing housing, things like that. So what's not income? So basically anything that can't be used to obtain food or shelter. So anything that's not food or shelter, but can't be used to get that. I think things people are concerned most about, they're not worried about like your clothes and your personal items. You can have a home that you live in. So you're allowed to have a home as long as you're living in that, and one vehicle per household. Unearned income. So some of the income we get is not earned. So common forms might be like maybe you get the other benefit, SSDI. You might get 2 checks from Social Security. There's veterans benefits, workers' compensation, unemployment, and alimony and child support. So some of those things are unearned income that can affect an SSI check or even your eligibility, right? Other factors that affect SSI. So it's important if you're on Social Security that you keep up with making sure they know where you're at. Update your address, your living arrangements, and marital status, because those things, again, you might be getting support from other people, and changes in that can make a difference in terms of your eligibility or what your check may look like. Resources. So there's certain limits to what cash resources you can have, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Work incentives that we're going to talk about. Special rules that allow you to maybe keep more benefits. And sometimes if they overpay you, they might withhold a portion of your check to recoup whatever they overpaid you. So typical cash benefit, like this year, if you get the full benefit, it's $994 a month. Or if you're part of an eligible couple, $1,491 between the couple. So if you're 18 years or older, they're looking at your living situation and deciding if you're getting something called in-kind support and maintenance, or ISM. So sometimes if you're being regarded as receiving some kind of support, perhaps some housing from someone else, by your family, you may have a reduced full check. So you might get 2/3 of that. So $663 a month. SSI redetermination. So they're continuously kind of looking at this, but they're going to be evaluating your situation at least once a year. So important to kind of report things as things change for you, because it keeps things straight. All right, so we've talked a little bit about income, and we're going to circle back to income in a little bit, but let's talk about the resources. So when they talk about a resource limit, $2,000 in the bank is kind of the limit for an individual, and for an eligible couple, no more than $3,000 in the bank, because then that affects your eligibility for that time. Okay, common resource exclusions. Like I said, they're not worried about your household goods, personal effects, your medical devices, assistive technology, certain life insurance policies, the home in which you live, 1 car per household, some burial funds, some student financial assistance may not count. individual accounts, and some trusts, and we're going to talk about ABLE accounts as well. Medicaid in Louisiana comes automatic with when you're receiving SSI. So your Medicaid benefit is tied to that. But even if you work to the point where you're not eligible for a cash benefit, you still may retain your Medicaid, provided you still need it and meet the disability definition, and the resource limit, like I mentioned, the 2,000 in the bank, 2,000 or less. So somebody can earn up to $44,800 a year and still retain their Medicaid. So under certain conditions. ABLE accounts. So ABLE stands for Achieving a Better Life Experience. So ABLE accounts are a way to kind of protect your eligibility when you're looking at Social Security, SSI benefits, and Medicaid. So any of the need-based benefits. It allows you a way to have more than $2,000. This is a separate account. So if you are looking at having more than $2,000 in the bank, this is something to consider of a way of building kind of a special savings account that won't be regarded as resources. So this year, like, people can contribute into it $20,000. So it's not only from the person that holds the ABLE account, but also from family members. And, in the past, it's been eligible for those who had their disability starting before age 26, and now it has moved up to age 46. A little more on ABLE accounts. So it's excluded from the resource limit. For Social Security, SSI, it's up to $100,000 can be held in an ABLE account and not be regarded as resources. Okay. So the money deposited into these accounts can be used for qualified disability expenses. So like education, transportation, employment training, assistive technology, healthcare expenses. So a wide variety of uses of how you can use the money in the account. And we've given you a resource information here about the ABLE National Resource Center. So you can kind of look into that and investigate that on your own. Most states have ABLE accounts, and you should do some research on how each of those accounts work. So you can't just kind of walk into your local bank and get one. These are special accounts that are set up. So, and they'll work a little bit differently perhaps. So one might be better for you than another. So there's their website to kind of look into that more. Okay. So let's go back to working and income and talk about what impact earnings can have on SSI benefits. So not all earned income counts when they're determining how much your cash benefit is going to be. So we'll be looking at this calculation here. So, they're looking at your unearned and earned income. There's some exclusions here. And then we look at, and we're going to walk through an actual example in a second. So essentially, like once you do exclusions, then we divide that earnings in half and then we apply work incentives to that. And that's how they come up with what your check is ultimately going to be. So if you're earning below $2,073 a month, you get an adjusted SSI check about 8 weeks after you start working. So you work, you report it the next month, and then your check reflects the earnings from the previous month. So if you're under the 2,073, you're going to get some kind of check, depending on what earnings you had. You continue, you get your Medicaid, and you're getting your money from the employer, and you're ahead. So if you're above the $2,073, then you may not be drawing a cash benefit. All your earnings are coming from the employer. That's where all your monthly income is coming from the employer, but you still can retain that Medicaid. Okay, Ray, you want to walk us through the calculation?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Ray Leger. Happy to be here with you to employment conference this afternoon. Wanted to go over just a little bit about the threshold that Rose just spoke about, the $2,073 per month amount. We get a lot of questions about how much can we earn with SSI without losing it. And the simple question for me would be, go ahead and answer that question and say, hey, you have the opportunity to earn as much as you want. I mean, $2,073 a month in monthly gross wages is a lot of income. And as Rose mentioned, as long as your gross wages are below that threshold amount, you're going to receive SSI, except that it's going to be at an adjusted amount. And for those who may be worried about losing Medicaid as a result of earning at or above the threshold, Medicaid again can continue. So here's the formula that Rose was expounding upon just a few moments ago. We take the gross wages that the individual is earning for the month. We exclude both the earned and general income exclusions from that total amount of gross wages. That amount is then divided by 2. That gives us the new amount of the SSI. And you do see the note at the bottom of the slide here that says it's best to allow a community work incentive coordinator to perform these calculations. So here is basically what this would look like. Here's an individual who has decided to go out and get a part-time job earning $1,000 a month. We exclude the $85 from that gross total. The remainder is $915 of total gross income. That amount is is divided by 2 for an adjusted SSI of $457.50 per month. Now, a lot of folks say, well, I had $994 to begin with. Am I not losing a lot by going down to $457.50? Not really. Because what happens now is we will deduct, as you see from the new SI check, the $457 of countable income from the $994. It gives us a new SSI of $536.50. But let's not forget the $1,000 of gross wages that you had earned for that particular month. When you add the new SSI total of $536.50 to that, your pre-tax income for that month happens to be $1,536.50. So that is a lot more income than just the $994 that you began with without that job for that particular month. As I said earlier, if you really want to be able to gain in what is available to you in monthly expenditures when you go to work, Working with SSI is the best way to go. I'll always recommend that if you can, physically and mentally, handle employment, that the more you can work, the better off financially you will be. Rose, I'm going to give it back to you to go ahead and explain SSI work incentives.
We do have a question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have a question in the chat. It's from Eva. It says, to clarify, are you saying that if the gross wages are less than $2,073 per month, then nothing happens to the SSI check?
No, no, it gets adjusted. It gets adjusted. So it depends on your earnings as to how much it gets adjusted, just like Ray showed in the calculation. So what I'm saying, just to clarify, if it's under 2,073 of income that's coming in, a little's going to come from Social Security, a little from the employer. If it's over, everything's coming from the employer. But, if it's over $85, with those exclusions there's going to be some adjustment to SSI. But as Ray pointed out, you are ahead. You are ahead once, at the end of the day there, getting more for the employer than you would have just by SSI alone. So, and even beyond that, let's talk about a little more powerful tools we have at hand is work incentives. And we've already kind of touched on a little bit of work incentives, just like mentioning 1619B was kind of a work incentives that holds Medicaid in place, even if you're not eligible for a cash benefit from Social Security. There's other work incentives here that do allow you to maybe keep a little more of the SSI check coming as well. So let's talk about a few of these. So I'm at SSI work incentives. So one of the work incentives that's available is the student earned income exclusion. And this is available for students, regularly attending students who are under the age of 22. So if somebody's regularly attending school, and there's a number of things that define that as regularly attending school, but also working, they can apply for the student earned income exclusion. And it allows somebody to earn up to $2,410 a month without impacting their SSI check, but there's a cap for the year. So the cap is $9,730 for the year. So a lot of times if somebody's regularly attending school, maybe they get a job, minimum wage, and they're working throughout the year, they're not going to hit the cap. They may not be earning that $2,410 a month, so they may never, hit the cap off for the year. If somebody's working a job getting maybe $20 an hour, pretty steadily across the year, then they might hit the cap. So for some months, it could have no impact on a check if one were to be granted a student earned income exclusion. But that's only available to people under the age of 22 who are students. And this is only for people on SSI. So some of these overlap with the other benefit Ray will be talking about, but some are exclusively for SSI. So this one is impairment-related work expenses. This is a work incentive that's available to both of the benefits we're talking about today. So it's important to keep track of expenses that you have that are related to your disability that allow you to go to work. So it's something you're paying out of your pocket for in order to go to work. It's something you need on the job that's not paid by somebody else. So maybe insurance is not covering it. You're not getting assistance from vocational rehabilitation to cover it, and the employer's not providing it. Sometimes this could be transportation costs if you're taking paratransit. Maybe that might be a cost that figures in there. Transportation is a big one. If you need, I think of things like, are there special tools you might need on the job, like assistive technology wise, has to be related to the disability. So assistive technology, maybe there's special shoes or socks or some kind of braces or things that aren't covered by insurance, or maybe you have co-pays that you're paying. Maybe people are on pain medication that is not covered by their insurance and they're having to pay out of pocket. So thinking about those types of expenses is important. And it's also very important to document those expenses and make the requests. You can make a request. All they can do is say no, but it's worth trying to see if it would be acknowledged as an impairment-related work expense. Because Social Security knows sometimes you have to put out of pocket for things related to your disability just in order to go to work. So that can be acknowledged somewhere in that calculation of what your SSI check would be. Next one, blind work expenses. This is for people who are considered statutory blind. It's very important for you to know whether you are considered that or not. Because some people with like low vision may not be eligible for this benefit. So it's important to know how you're categorized, to know if this applies. Blind work expenses include the same things like impairment related work expenses, things related to their visual disability, but it's much broader as well. So they do get to include some things like taxes, or if they had to pay for a uniform or a noonday lunch. If they're working, their lunch could be covered in this. They could claim all of those expenses in the figuring of their SSI check. So again, important to document those types of expenses. And then there's PASS, or the Plan for Achieving Self-Support. So Social Security has a way of you saving up and them kind of replenishing some of these funds that you'd be saving away in order to meet a particular goal that ultimately gets you back to work, gets you working, and maybe ultimately reduces or eliminates benefits in the future. So this could be like maybe you want to open your own business, or maybe you need to pay for schooling or some training, any supplies you might need, or what it's going to ultimately cost you to get into the work that you want to do. So, and all of these work incentives, that's why we're here with the WIPA program. We're part of the network of folks that can kind of help you identify some of these work incentives and walk you through how to document these things, and can assist you with like writing past plans and things like that. So Ray will tell you more about how to get in touch with us. Okay. We have a couple of slides here on reporting for SSI. There's various ways. There's many ways to report.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. We do have a question in the Q&A. Someone had a phone call and may have missed it. But do ABLE accounts work with SSI and SSDI, or just SSDI?
For SSI, I think they're very important for anybody who's on need-based benefits like SSI and Medicaid. SSDI not as important because it's the need-based benefits that are going to have those resource limits. So any benefit you might get that has a resource limit, it would be important to kind of investigate ABLE accounts if you think you would be bumping against that resource limit.
Thank you.
All right, so reporting earnings, there's an automated telephone wage reporting system. There's an app. There's the My SSA account. There's a wage reporting tab through there. And then there's also, calling, faxing, and mailing things in and dropping them off. My advice would be your first report to be, you could make a phone call, but you're going to follow that up with paper. And some of these systems only allow you to report your actual gross earnings. They don't allow for you to be able to report any requests you have for the work incentives that I just talked about. They don't allow you to report for self-employment and how to properly document that. And that's a whole nother presentation. But those types of things require more written way of reporting. So if you're only reporting wages and you don't have anything else to report, there's many options. But if you got a special case there, everything should be in writing. Okay, and we've given you some slides here with resources. Okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Ray.
If there are any other questions regarding SSI and employment before we begin discussing SSDI or Social Security Disability Insurance, maybe right now would be a great time to go ahead and answer those questions. If not, then I'll proceed with my portion of the presentation on this afternoon. Okay, I'll take that as no questions at this time. SSDI or Social Security Disability Insurance is the other benefits program that is issued to disabled individuals from Social Security. It is called entitlements. You'll hear that term normally around the federal elections. It is funded by federal taxes called the FICA or Federal Insurance Contributions Act. And the eligibility is based on two criteria. For those who are disabled prior to the age of 21, you need only 20 quarters of coverage to become eligible for these benefits. After age 21, for anyone else who have not yet attained full age retirement, which is age 67 now, you must have 40 quarters of coverage in order to be eligible for SSDI. SSDI benefits are partial replacement of income loss when a worker retires, dies, or develops a disabling condition that prevents substantial work. Benefits are paid to retired individuals or those who are disabled workers and their dependent family members, as well as surviving spouses and children of deceased workers. Under the SSDI category are other named benefits. As I just mentioned, disabled workers, of course, those are for those who are under age 67, are deemed disabled under Social Security's rules for disability. Disabled adult child, which includes CDBs or child disability benefits, and disabled workers benefits. So how does SSDI intermingle with employment income? There are actually three phases of employment provided to these individuals by Social Security when they decide to pursue employment income with the disability benefits that they receive. The first phase is known as the trial work period. 9 months, not necessarily 9 consecutive months within a 5-year period. These months allow the beneficiary an opportunity to test their work skills while maintaining full benefits, no matter how much the beneficiary earns. So this is a great entry into the workforce of, unlike SSI, where the benefits are adjusted, for SSDI, 9 months where you can pursue income, determine for yourself if employment is even a possibility without the fear of losing those benefits for this stated 9-month period. Now, as a CWIC or benefits planner with our program, we will help you determine when this 9-month period will occur. In 2026, only income of $1,210 gross earnings per month or more constitutes the use of a trial work period month. So again, this is sort of a slow easing into employment just to see if you can sustain employment. If you can, great. If you cannot, then there is no loss to the benefits regardless, because you are guaranteed to receive benefits during this 9-month period anyway. The second phase is known as the extended period of eligibility. For the sake of our discussion on this afternoon, I'll just refer to this second phase as your EPE. It is the 36th consecutive month period that follows the trial work period. And if earnings falls below the substantial gainful activity, we also call that the income limit per month as you enter this second phase, benefits will continue to the new individual. In other words, as long as they are not earning above the SGA, which is stated for those in 2026 as $1,690 or more for non-visually impaired individuals, or $2,830 per month for blind recipients. So these are the stated income limits once you enter this second phase known as the EPE. And again, for those who are earning below the SGA, whether you are blind or not, you'll maintain the benefits while working. However, what happens if you have attained substantial gainful activity level income? What happens next? Well, there is a safety net for you. Social Security, or SSA as we commonly refer to it in our field, guarantees that if the SGA level income during the EPE causes benefit suspension, and the individual would at that point need to contact Social Security for the following reasons. Make a formal request for benefit reinstatement because the income is no longer at the SGA level. In other words, I've attained SGA, I've worked for a while, the benefits were suspended. And by the way, during the EPE, the benefits can only be suspended and not terminated. And I'll speak about termination in just a moment here. But what they have to do at that point is prove to Social Security that their wages are no longer at the SGA level. Social Security then will make every effort to reinstate the benefits again without them having to file for a brand new application to get those benefits started. And Social Security again will make every effort to reinstate those benefits as soon as possible. The third and final phase, known as the post-EPE. This is the 5-year period that follows the second phase, extended period of eligibility. There's also a safety net for this particular phase as well. Now, during this 5-year period, we can invoke expedited reinstatement. EXR, as we call it, is a work incentive that allows individuals whose benefits have been terminated to recoup those benefits again without having to reapply. The reason for work reduction or termination has to be directly related to the original disability. So, for example, let's say that it was cardiovascular, that disease that caused you to be eligible for the benefits. Well, in order to invoke EXR, cardiovascular related issues has to be the cause for the income going below the SGA and your need to want to file to get your benefits reinstated. The second criteria is that the reason for your request for reinstatement has to be made within the last 5 years of the last benefits payment made to you by the Social Security Administration. Again, once these two criteria has been invoked, Social Security can begin to pay provisional benefits payments, and they can provide those provisional payments for up to 6 months while they investigate. Have you met these two criteria for reinstatement? If you have, those provisional payments will become permanent payments again. The only caveat is that you're going to be asked not to exceed the SGA level of income for the next 24 consecutive months. That is the only time that I have known that a person goes through EXR and can get a new trial work period, EPE, and post EPE again. One of the work incentives that pertains to the SSDI benefits is known as subsidy and special conditions. Sometimes a person's disability results in the need for extra assistance while on the job. A reduced production rate, I should say, frequent breaks, or fewer job duties than their coworker on a similar job. When that happens, the individual's wages represent not only pay, but work product or effort that is less than everyone else who does the same job at that particular company. Well, subsidy and special condition then allows Social Security to rate the level of the job that the individual is performing at this particular company. For example, Social Security may contact the employer and say, hey, here's John, who's working for your company, doing a similar job to coworkers. What is the level of effort or productivity that he has? Well, in this case, we are asking Social Security to provide a job description of John's job duties. Let's say that John, per the employer, is efficient in 8 of those 10 job requirements. Social Security could invoke a 10 or 20% subsidy, meaning that 10 or 20% of the individual's gross wages are just disregarded by Social Security. The aim is that by Social Security disregarding 10 to 20% of the individual's wages, that is enough to, in Social Security's point of view, have the individual's earnings be viewed as below SGA rather than above it. In other words, they become eligible for benefits despite earning more than they should. Impairment-related work expense, also an SSI work incentive, but in this case, it works very similar to what a subsidy and special condition can do. It allows Social Security to disregard a certain amount of the individual's gross wages. The aim, again, is to go ahead and lower the countable income to below the SGA level. The aim, again, is to see if we can get Social Security to look at their gross wages as being below the SGA, where in fact it actually is above, but it makes them eligible for monthly benefits payments regardless. Medicare. Medicare is the federal health program that is associated with SSDI and retirement benefit payments. Generally, if you are under age 67 and become eligible for SSDI, there's a 24-month waiting period before individuals can actually receive Medicare coverage. The parts of Medicare currently are Part A, hospital, Part B, medical, the Part C, Medicare Advantage, and the Part D, the prescription drug coverage. Medicare, like most health plans in America, can only pay up to 80% of the required medical services, but it does not cover all of the medical expenses or costs of most long-term care. In that particular case, then there are other assistance programs that can assist with that 20% out-of-pocket cost, and I'll mention a little bit more about that in just a second. As I mentioned earlier, there is a 24-month waiting period for SSDI individuals to begin receiving Medicare if they become disabled prior to age 67. Now, If you are receiving Medicaid while becoming eligible for SSDI, that 24-month waiting period can be grandfathered so that the Medicare enrollment doesn't take the entire 24-month period. Part A, generally for those who receive it, has no premium cost to it. However, the Part B does. As of January 1st of this year, anyone who has to pay for the Part B premium is generally assessed $202.90 per month. Now, generally, if you're still in cash benefits, that premium amount will be deducted from the SSDI benefits. Other programs like the Medicare Savings Program is a program that can assist with the premium payments for Part B Medicare, depending on the level of income and the benefits that the individual is receiving at the time that they request enrollment into this Medicaid program. Medicare beyond SSDI. We call that the extended period of Medicare coverage. So here's a scenario of an individual who has gone to work. They have used the entitlement to SSDI. The benefits are suspended. Social Security will allow that individual to maintain Medicare Part A coverage for 93 months, or 7 years and 9 months in total. As a benefits planner, we can be a little bit more specific about the year and the date that this 93-month period covers. So it is not a burden to those who has to pay Part A premiums. I think if my memory serves me correctly, if you had to pay for Part A Medicare coverage today, it would be over $519 a month. So that's a big cost to incur for a person who's just trying to get back on their feet, recovering from a disability, and wants to re-enter the workforce. So over the course of this 93-month period, no premium cost to Medicare Part A. And for some, after this 93-month period, there is another Medicaid program called the Qualified Disabled Workers Insurance that can assist them with paying their Part A Medicare premiums at that particular time. Part B Medicare, which is the medical portion, can continue as well via direct premium payments made to Medicare, I should say, through their Easy Pay program. I've already mentioned about the Medicare Savings Program that can provide assistance with Part B premium payments after the SSDI benefits stop. This particular program can also pay for the Part A and B premiums, deductibles, and copays as well for some folks. So as we assess the continued eligibility for Medicare for those that we are assisting through our program, we can help them determine which portion of the Medicare Savings Program applies to them, or if it does not at all. We also can assess whether or not the low-income subsidy or extra help with their prescription drug coverage will continue as well. Yes, you had a question? Okay, thought I heard somebody say something. SSDI reporting earnings. It is requested by us, and it is followed up during our benefit summary and analysis reports. That is the summary report that we put together to help you better understand what is the relationship your income is having with the disability benefit that supports you. And by the way, I know during this presentation, we're only discussing SSI and SSDI. We also look at other benefits as well: subsidized housing, SNAP, VA benefits, workers' compensation, unemployment. So it isn't just the Social Security benefits that we are actually focusing on. We want to make sure that you have a better understanding of how your income is impacting the overall number of benefits that is supporting you at the time that you are referred to our program. Reporting earnings must be done at the end of each month. We generally say that Reporting earnings to Social Security at your local office should be done between the last day of the current month, but prior to the 6th day of the following month. So for an example, if I'm providing assistance and advice to someone receiving SSDI for the month of July, that reporting period for them would be between July 31st but before August 6th. First report should be done by phone with written follow-ups, detailed cover letters, and paychecks. After the employee is listed on the record, reporting can be done through the My Social Security account. And that is one of the first things we'll ask a recipient of SSDI. Have you created an account yet? And if you can do so, we'll get them to go ahead and get the EIN or employment identification number of the employer, call their local office, and have Social Security apply that employer into their online account. That way they can report through the online account rather than worrying about getting it done by mail or any other forms that is currently available to them. As Rose mentioned earlier, reporting resources can be done through the wage reporting app for most people, through the Social Security account, and there are
notification messages 2 minutes ago.
There are sign-up reminders for many folks that may not necessarily have a calendar to remind them that, hey, it's time to go ahead and report your wages to Social Security at the end of the month. So we try to do as best we can to do follow-up to make sure that they are complying with Social Security requirement to report wages at the end of each month. So what's the message that we're trying to get across to everyone on this afternoon? That paid employment and Social Security disability benefits don't have to be mutually exclusive. It's possible to work even full-time and keep Medicaid and or Medicare in most or every case. It's possible to work and come out ahead financially even if benefits are reduced or ceased. And it's possible to get benefits back, again, if they are lost due to employment. Work incentive planning and assistance under the LSU Health Sciences Center covers 2 states. The dark area of the map that you see is the coverage area for us in the state of Louisiana. Our sister agency, WIPA agency in Louisiana, is known as Lighthouse Louisiana, WIPA. They are in the light shaded area. And you will note that we do cover some counties in East Texas. The following is the contact information for our program. To directly contact the Ticket to Work hotline. The toll-free number that you see there would be the best contact to go ahead and reach out to them. They're available to speak to someone in our area between the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and that's Eastern Standard Time. And there is a direct benefit referral at the WIPA website that we have under the LSU Health Sciences Center webpage that they have for us. Okay, well, that's my portion of our presentation on this afternoon. I'd like to see there, with the remaining time that we have, if there are any questions that we can answer for anybody.
We do have a hand that's raised. Eva, feel free to unmute and ask your question.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So first, Donald and Rose, thanks, because I've been this advocate for people learning about the impact of wages on benefits for decades since I've been in this business. So I encourage everybody listening or watching to please get interested in this because it absolutely is a critical part of our jobs. But like Donald was saying, there's so much more to this. And one of the things we talked about earlier was the Medicaid waiver program. And now that has a threshold of, I think it's $2,899 a month. So for those of you like me who want to help people maintain their benefits by applying work subsidies, we've been successful in doing that multiple times, by the way. Just be cautious because they could earn a gross wage of $2,000 and keep that benefit. And then if they get $1,000 from Social Security disability insurance benefits, they've now exceeded the Medicaid waiver threshold. And so there's only one supports coordination agency here that I work with locally that knows what to do about that so that they do not lose the waiver. So like Donald said earlier, you can't just focus on saying, I'm going to become really good at just learning SSI and SSDI. You want to learn the offshoots of how that affects anything, whether it's food stamps or housing, but most definitely the waiver programs. So maybe you guys could just add that to your menu of many, many trainings that are really very important for people to understand.
It's definitely a gentle balance of all the benefits. That's why we need to look at them all.
Yeah,
To
it's
make
absolutely.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. We want to make sure they don't, one doesn't slip away while we're, dealing with one.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Well, their
Eva.
Medicaid waiver has a spin down program, but as I said, very few even supports coordination agencies are overly familiar with that. So we want our folks to work. We want them to earn at the maximum capacity, and we want them to maintain their benefits if that's what's needed in their life and if they qualify for that. But certainly I don't want to jeopardize any of their other benefits.
Right.
Correct. We also want to make sure that the benefits of those who are in the same household are not impacted by the wage earners as well. So I know that a lot of times with SSI, there may be a program that the wage earner may be receiving that we haven't considered of others in the household. So we want to make sure that we are giving a comprehensive overview of what is happening to all of the benefits, not just the wage earner, but anyone who may be impacted by the wage earner going to work.
That's correct.
All right, so we have another hand raised, and that's C. Rogers. So if you would like to unmute your microphone and ask your question. I see that you're unmuted, but we're unable to hear you right now. Okay, they've muted again. So I'm going to go to the Q&A. We have a couple of questions in there. The first question is, in Louisiana, is the WIPA program still broken up into regions? Is there a contact point for Southeast Louisiana, or should everyone just call the national TTW program and be redirected?
The national TTW program will direct the individual to the WIPA that serves their demographic area. So if it's not LSU WIPA, they will be directed to Lighthouse Louisiana WIPA. It just depends on the demographic area of the caller.
Thank you. Our next question is, as a vendor, what amount of information are we responsible to be knowledgeable of regarding benefits before we should refer individuals to Lighthouse?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
I didn't hear it all.
Okay, I'll repeat it. So as a vendor, what amount of information are we responsible to be knowledgeable of regarding benefits before we should refer individuals to Lighthouse?
If the individual is between the ages of 14 and 67, they are generally, and let me add that, they must be receiving benefits as well, SSI or SSDI, or a combination of the both. They are generally eligible for our program. Their desire just has to include that they want to go to work and while receiving those benefits.
I think it's helpful as service providers, if you help support that person, by helping them collect their pay stubs, and if you're aware of any work incentives that might apply to them, helping folks to document impairment-related work expenses, or if you're familiar with a subsidy, it's always good, and the individual has a choice to bring you in on the team with the benefits planning. So I know I've worked with a lot of folks that have job coaches and support agencies with them, and we're all kind of working as a team to help collect the information that's helpful. So
we have C. Rogers who had their hand raised. We have a
yes.
question in the chat. So if a person is already receiving SSI, can that person also apply for SSDI? The person has been working consistently for almost 2 years at the same job.
I think you have to see if they qualify for SSDI, if they have the number of quarters in their history. But I also think, I don't know, Ray, correct me if you don't think this as well, but I think, as they're looking each year as SSI, they're always looking to see when you become eligible for SSDI. I think when you're applying, they check for that. And it might happen along the way. For example, say there's a parent, that becomes eligible, which makes their adult child eligible at some point. So I think they're always kind of looking.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct with that, Rose. It's generally done, but if an individual has a question about whether or not they have the necessary quarters of coverage, they can also contact their SSI representative at the local Social Security Administration office. There have been rare occasions where the individual or Social Security did not inform the individual about their eligibility for the other benefit. But remember, 20 quarters prior to age 21 or 40 quarters after age 21 are the necessary requirements for SSDI.
Okay, and we have a hand up. It's Eva again. So Eva, you could go ahead and unmute.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Rose and Donald, I think the earlier question, what should we as a vendor do or have the information before we come to a benefits planning specialist is, I think that one of the things that we need to realize is that if somebody is going to accept work, it affects the entire family budget. So for example, if the family utilizes a greater portion of the SSI check to manage all of the household expenses, and that check's going to get cut, we've often seen that the recipient or the worker generally then quits or doesn't want to work as many hours. So I think to be proactive, we should be involved with, if you're not familiar with this formula yourself and can't implement it yourself, with the Whippet folks so that they can say to you, if Rose takes a job earning $18 an hour and she's going to work 20 hours a week, this is how it's going to affect her SSI benefits. By the same token, if Rose takes a job and she works $18 an hour, working 20 hours a week, this is how it will impact her SSDI benefits. And if she's receiving both benefits, which could happen, this is what's going to happen to each benefit. And so that way we get them invested from the beginning in working and accepting employment and knowing what's going to happen and about when it's going to happen. But then, like Rose said, long term, I've had folks, and you think that's a high rate of pay, but it's not for one specific contract that's held at the federal buildings. They're making over 20 an hour. So I constantly have to watch that earnings, and when they're giving bonuses or they're giving hours adjustments because they worked earlier, I constantly have to go back and revisit with the families what's going on with the benefits, because it can dismantle a lot of things. So your question is it's got so many parts to it, but in the beginning, families will be more agreeable to work, recipients and beneficiaries will be more agreeable to work if you can tell them almost precisely what's going to happen. And the only way you know that is by knowing how much they're going to earn, how many hours a week they'll work. And then the bonus for you guys getting to know the stuff about the work subsidies and the impairment related work expenses is to say, but wait a minute, we're going to talk to Lighthouse, or we'll maybe ask Donald this question, how can we help you maintain those benefits by applying for the work subsidies or the impairment related work expenses? And I don't know if Donald mentioned this, but most of us actually have the background to be able to do that. We fill out this form through Social Security called the BK 821. They've accepted it numerous times from me, and that is how the work subsidy is calculated. And so I've been able to calculate up to 40% of their salary to not be counted, because I can enumerate every single accommodation at the job site. So you guys are super important to helping people not only get jobs, but keep jobs.
Let me add to Eva that our assessment of benefits and how they are impacted is a snapshot in time. And one thing we stress as benefits planners or CWEs with our project is, if we give you a benefits picture of how this is what your SSI is going to look like, your disability check is going to look like, and there's been a change, as you just mentioned, a bonus or an increase in hourly rate of pay and hours, then you need to return to us to be able to say, hey, there's been a change in my job status or my work status. I'm earning more or I'm working more, so that we can say, okay, the snapshot that we have taken of your benefits has changed now. Let's redo or revise your assessment to reflect what is now happening, so that you have a better understanding and not caught off guard by a potential overpayment of benefits because you didn't know, the extra bonus that I got last month, it may impact the amount of SSI I receive or my eligibility for SSDI. So our loads never end. The only time that we can end a recipient or a beneficiary's case is if they age out of our program. And for SSDI, once you become full age retired and receiving retirement benefits, then you're no longer eligible for our program. But if you fall in between that category of 14 and 67, there is a 95 to 99% chance that we can assist you.
So that was some very, very deep information that you guys are sharing, and this very valuable information for people who are wanting to rejoin or join for the first time the workforce. So I do thank you for providing all of that information. So what I'm going to do right now, and I do want to thank everybody for attending. I know we're a little behind schedule, and no lie, they were worried about being able to cover all this information in that small time period. But I think you guys did a wonderful job sharing that. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
I am going to share for the last time today, I'm going to share the Google folder link that has the information for that we're going to be putting up everything that we've discussed today. So I do want to thank everyone for attending the 2026 Empowerment Through Employment Conference. And we'd especially like to thank all of our speakers who provided very valuable information. Like I said, be sure to save that link that I put in the chat box so that you can access all of today's valuable information in the future. And if you have any questions or would like more resources, I just added all of the planners of this conference, their contact information, it's their email addresses. So you feel free to reach out to any of us for more information. And please be sure to complete the survey that's going to pop up at the end of this webinar. That information helps us to improve our work and better meet the needs of individuals with disabilities, their families, and the professionals who serve them. Again, thank you all for attending today's conference.